audio. If you're just joining us, welcome. This is the start of the 24-hour content marathon. Let's just make sure the audio is working. All right, give me 1 second. I hope everybody's doing well. And we're going to test again. And we're good. We are good. Okay. Let's switch from unlisted to public. Publish. We're going to go on. Save. And welcome to the 24-hour Square and Compass 24-hour content marathon. So let's give it some time. Let's wait to see who joins. The first thing we're going to start talking about today is going to be mental health. Actually, specifically, we're going to be talking about breathing exercises that we can do to help us with our mental health. We are going to be talking about Bell's Let's Talk Day. I've been saying forever that I think we in Freemasonry should be perhaps dedicating the first 15 minutes of our streams to, amongst other things, to breathing, mindfulness exercises, meditative practices, things of that nature. So I think we should start our stream with the same thing. However, we're going to wait a few minutes. We're going to wait to see who joins and who finds us. This is the start of a 24-hour content marathon. I'm going to be traveling to multiple different streams, platforms. I'm live tweeting this right now, or live posting this on X and Blue Sky. So it's going to be a lot of fun. You can find me on Twitter or X, I guess, on at Cameron ADAMSO16. That's x.com/CAMERONADAMSO16. I'm also on X, Compass_Square as well. I am having a great day. How are you doing? I hope that you're doing well. Thank you for being here. Like I said, we're going to be here for a long day. It's going to be a lot of fun, though. A long 24 hours. Content marathon. Please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button. Follow me on X, Blue Sky, many other platforms where you can find me. Talking about Freemasonry. The first thing we're going to talk about, again, is mindfulness exercises, breathing exercises, things that we can incorporate within Freemasonry into our meetings. Either the first 15 minutes of the meeting or the final 15 minutes of the meeting, or even set aside maybe a special meeting where that's what we do. But please hit that like and subscribe button. I'm going to wait half an hour, and then I'm going to start the breathing and mindfulness exercises. So please make sure to hang out, hit the like and subscribe button. First, though, let me know how you're doing, anything you want to talk about. Because obviously, within the context of this stream, I'm happy to talk to people and produce content on what they want to talk about. The plans right now, mindfulness, meditative exercises, all under the context of mental health, Bell's Let's Talk Day, and how we can incorporate that into Freemasonry, combined with, we're going to be talking about ways to grow Freemasonry. We're also going to be talking about Masonic history across a variety of platforms, a variety of channels, all for the next 24 hours. I know Chuck Dunning. I've actually interviewed Chuck Dunning on this channel, fourth writer, and a good friend of mine really likes his stuff, Randy Sanders. No worries, you got me here. That's what matters, Dad. I hope you're doing well. Love you. Thank you for being here. Nice. I'm glad you've had it penciled into your diary, Sean, and I hope that you're doing well. By the way, Sean, if you have any ideas or thoughts, maybe there's some breathing exercises that you've practiced or some meditative techniques that you've practiced in the past. Um, I'd love to hear from them. I'd love to hear about them as well. So please put it in the channel. Yeah, no, Randy Sanders has been on the podcast also. I interviewed him a couple times. He's actually speaking in, if I recall correctly, the Arizona MaconnaCon. I think it is, or Esotericon. He's speaking at a big time Masonic event coming up soon. He's a really good dude, a really cool dude. So, yeah, nothing but respect for him. He actually guided us in a meditation during COVID when we were not meeting in person. We were organizing virtual meetings. And he came on to one of ours and he actually guided us in meditative exercises, which was really, really cool. So he's a good dude. We're going to start that in 24 minutes, I guess, 30 minutes into the stream. Philip Diogo, well, I'm not a fan of Trump myself. If you are, more power to you, but I'm not personally a big fan of Donald Trump. So we shall see, I guess, what happens. Um, okay, cool. Well, I hope you will enjoy them. At least I have found that breathing exercises can be great. And again, I think they're probably a really good thing that we can incorporate into our Masonic meetings, right? Putting aside the first 15 minutes of a meeting or the last 15 minutes of a meeting to hold, it doesn't have to be breathing exercises even, but some type of meditative or kind of mindfulness exercises could be a really good way to either start a meeting or end a meeting. Um, I feel like ball begs. I can't pronounce the rest of that. I feel like you're being sarcastic. Sarcasm is a very common thing on YouTube, I have found. So there you go. Afternoon, go to the Legion, Dad. That's more important. Go to the Legion, but tell them all I say hello, and I hope that they're doing well. Afternoon, Michael Moore. I hope you're doing well. Um, um, well, maybe I am illiterate. Who knows? But I'm reading your post, so I can't be that illiterate. Well, I got a big nose, but that should not stop you from hitting the like and subscribe button. I hope that you're doing well, Gooey, but I also hope that you will stop calling me pastor because I'm not a pastor. He does. I live in Windsor. He's in Winnipeg, so he's a good distance away. But that's all right. Windsor, by the way, is a great city. I feel like it doesn't get near the respect that it deserves. I personally think it's an awesome city, especially because, we can travel to Detroit. A lot of people aren't traveling to Detroit at the moment, but we can travel to Detroit. We're not that far from London, not that far from Toronto. Even relatively speaking, we're kind of central, not that far from Ottawa or New York. They're both about 8 hours away. So it's kind of a hub. And it's also just a cool city in and of its own right. It's got a lot of really awesome cultural, a really awesome artistic. It's just got a lot of really, really awesome sights and things to do. The beautiful riverfront is absolutely incredible. By the way, we have somebody listening. I'm also holding an X space right now. We have somebody joined in. Welcome. I am streaming this simultaneously on both an X space and on YouTube. So you can find me on YouTube at Square Compass Promotions, or you can just hang out and listen to me here as I chat about Freemasonry. Um, None of that is true, Gooey. Yes, there is some not so great weather in Windsor, but that's all right. We've been dealing with snow, and we're Canadian. We're tough, right? We can handle it. Um, I do not speak any French. I wish I did. I'm always bugging Freemasons the value of learning more than one language to communicate, but so far, I'm kind of being a little bit of a hypocrite in that I don't speak more than one language. Luckily, though, I do have translation services, and you can find this channel's content on a variety of different platforms and in a variety of different languages, which I'm very proud of. Windsor's got a great auto industry as well. I mean, Windsor is just a great city. So is Winnipeg. I've said it a million times. I know it gets kind of boring, but I'm going to repeat it anyways. We as Freemasons should take pride in our communities, pride in our cities, pride in our countries. We should care about them and we should support them. If for no other reason, if you want to look at it from a purely mercenary perspective, the extent to which our cities or communities are thriving, Freemasonry will reflect that in its condition and whether it's thriving or not. Calgary is incredible. I love Calgary. I haven't spent as much time in Calgary as I'd like to. Honestly, normally when I'm in Calgary, it's because I'm traveling through the airport. But nonetheless, I still love Calgary, the times I've been there. And it's beautiful because if I recall correctly, the mountains are there. If I recall correctly, it's a beautiful, beautiful city. And I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here also. We're going to give it like I said, another 20 minutes or so, and then we're going to be talking about breathing exercises, meditative practices, etc., etc. Please don't forget, you can find me on multiple platforms. The whole point of this day, this 24-hour content marathon, is to produce content on a variety of different platforms. Um, all right, Gooey. We're going to put you in a bit of a timeout here. I am doing well, Masonic. How are you doing? It's been a while. Good to see you. By the way, I sent you something again because I know you told me you didn't get the postcard I sent you. So I love to see it. I've never done a stream with my dad, but I have done a podcast with my dad. It's titled under Masonic Father's Day, if I recall correctly. So I hope that you will check it out. You should be able to find it on my channel. Leave a comment, like, subscribe, all that good jazz. Everybody watching this, please hit that like and subscribe button. I greatly appreciate it. I am handsome, Manny McFly. That's what I am. That's all that matters. Fromage, welcome. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Whether somebody is gay or straight makes no difference to the channel. And I know I repeat the phrase hit like and subscribe a lot, but that's just because I never know who's on the stream and not at a given point. So I want to make sure if anybody is coming to the stream, even for a few minutes, I mention hitting like and subscribe. What I am is handsome, Manny. That's what matters. No, I've not been away. Oh, perfect, Masonic. I'm glad you got it. Thank you so much for letting me know. I hope you enjoy it. I'm glad you received it, and I appreciate all of your support of the channel through Patreon. Nam, I've not been away, but if you've not been finding me, it could be because you don't have your notifications turned on. Make sure that if you are subscribed to this channel, you also have the notifications turned on. That way, whenever I'm doing a live stream, you're able to, you get a notification and you can find me. Everybody's welcome on my channel. Nam, everybody is welcome on my channel. 850. I remember growing up, I was always told 750,000. So it's growing. Very cool. Everybody's welcome. Asians are not sneaky. Asians are people like any other people. Yes, Red Hot, I am a Conehead. Please hit like and subscribe. Oh, a lot, Sean. Although probably not as many as usually because I'm not going to be remaining exclusively on this channel. The whole point is I'm going to be going to multiple different channels, multiple platforms because I want to try to grow my presence across different streams, right? I've argued a million times Freemasonry, to be relevant, we need to be on multiple platforms. We need to be, have a presence in multiple locations. I think it's the same thing with Square and Compass Promotions, and it's the same thing with social media. That's why, for example, I'm also recording this on a X space at the same time. If anybody jumps on there, wants to find me, it's x.com/@CameronAdamso16 at Cameron Adamso 16. The battle goes, Dream Seeker. The battle goes. How's it going with you? I think some of the Rothschilds were Freemasons. I don't think they worked with Freemasons. That's not the right term. The United Kingdom, Freemasons, I mean, I'm not a big fan of the term recruit. They're certainly being more open and good for them, talking about Freemasonry, which they should be. It's still not recruitment, though. You need to be careful with that term. All right, onion rings. I'm going to put you in a timeout for a minute. There are many Freemasons who are Asians, or there are many Asian Freemasons, and they are a wonderful part of the channel. And sorry, wonderful part of Freemasonry. They're my brothers, no different than anyone else. Um, no different than any other quote unquote ethnic group. Well, if they're using the term recruiting, then that's okay. I mean, Freemasons usually have a adverse term to that word recruiting. My suspicion is BBC may have used that word, but I don't know if Masons would use that word. But certainly, Freemasons are being much more willing to talk about Freemasonry in a variety of settings, including a variety of podcasts. They have Craftcast. I think that stuff is awesome. Like personally, I have zero issue with Freemasons talking more about it. If they call it recruitment or if they call it solicitation or whatever term they want to use, I think we in Freemasonry need to be more open and more willing to talk about Freemasonry. So, um, yeah, so there you go. That's my humble opinion on that. When I joined, there was this idea that you're not even allowed to talk about being a Freemason, which is baloney. That was just something that was made up. That was never an actual rule. So, um, you can probably find it on Google. I'm sure I could. Um, there's a lot happening here on the stream. We are not selling anybody's secrets. If you're talking about Freemasonry, we don't sell secrets to anyone. Terrifier, I'm doing well, though I don't think I'm saying, though who knows. Um, yes, Masonic, I agree. I thought it was really cool to see that online. I thought it was beautiful. Nothing but respect to the Grand Lodge of Texas, and congratulations to the new most worshipful Grand Master of Texas, Jim Rumsey. I believe I've met him once or twice. Really good dude, if I recall correctly. And congratulations to all the line officers. But I should mention congratulations to most worshipful brother Jim Rumsey on doing an what I'm sure will be an excellent year. I'm sure he's going to do an excellent job. Um, we let everybody in. Freemasonry does not discriminate based on one's ethnicity, race, religion, creed, beliefs. That's not what Freemasonry is about. Freemasonry is about universal tolerance or tolerance and respect. Yeah, I mean, nothing but respect for Freemasonry in Texas. Texas is awesome, as are the Freemasons therein. Texas, I mean, Freemasonry is awesome around the world. Um, Dubai was beautiful from the little I saw of it. I saw the airport and I saw windows outside of the airport or looking outside of the airport. I did not ever leave the airport. I was in Dubai for 8 hours the entire time I stayed in the airport, but it was absolutely beautiful. At least the airport was, I can say that. Like, probably the cleanest, nicest airport I've ever been inside was Dubai airport. And I love traveling. I love airports. I love liminal spaces. But I was very impressed with Dubai. Not just Dubai in terms of the airport, but the service there. Like, it was incredible. Um, yep. I'm sorry you dropped your ice cream. You got to be more careful. I've got all my snacks here. You can't see them. I've got my water. I've got my coffee crisp pops. I'm over here crushing it. So, um, we are still hanging out. We're going to be another 10 minutes. We're going to start on the first topic: breathing exercises, meditative practices, mental health. I've argued that we within Freemasonry need to spend more time at the start or end of our meetings incorporating these practices. So let's incorporate them into the start of the stream. Obviously, if at any point you're concerned, you can't do them, whatever it is, talk to a doctor or stop. Don't do anything with which you feel you're not comfortable with or you can't do. None of these should be hard. I mean, they're simple breathing exercises, but I do want to remind everybody when it comes to any of this type of stuff, if you have any concerns, you should always talk to a doctor or a medical professional. RH, I don't know. I don't remember you, but I'm assuming it's because you say stuff that I find annoying. And the beautiful thing is, this is my stream, so I get to put people in timeout as I so choose. That doesn't mean that you can't start your own stream and have whomever you want in it, or otherwise. Um, well, there's probably a reason for it. Um, I don't have any siblings. I'm an only child because I was so perfect. Whether I'm gay or not is completely irrelevant to this stream or to being a Freemason, so it doesn't matter. So, you know, keep that in mind. Freemason does not discriminate based on um, sexual orientation, nor should it. That statements like that are probably why I put you in timeout, RH. I'm sure they do, and it's perfectly fine. It is the benefit of having my own stream, is that I can put people in timeout if I so choose. You can't do that in real life, unfortunately. There are many times, believe me, where I've been talking to somebody and thought to myself, I wonder if I could put these people in a timeout, if that would be possible. But, you can't do that, unfortunately, in real life. There's no real life timeout button. Um, Well, I mean, I don't even know what that would look like. You can't smell through YouTube, probably for the best, based on some of the streams I've seen, but you can't smell a fart through YouTube, right? So we are hanging out. I hope everybody's having a great day. We are at the start of this 24-hour content marathon. Yeah, well, I think breathing exercises, honestly, a lot of exercises or exercise programs, I think should start with breathing exercises. Especially if you get a little bit older, it's good to catch your breath. Not even to catch your breath, just to be aware of your breath, to be aware of your breathing. My favorite is box breathing, which is what I used to do back in the day, sometimes as a probation officer with some people. Um, so, yeah, I really found that to be really beneficial. Oh, believe me, if I had a real life mute button, but the problem is I would probably become like way too I could imagine myself um becoming way too reliant on the mute button to the point where it'd get annoying. So I can imagine that being an issue. But I think most people would probably um I can imagine most people, to be honest, would probably become overly dependent on the mute button. Pseudo liberal says hello. Hello, pseudo liberal. I hope you're not a pseudo. I hope you're not a pseudo subscriber, and I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. You can ask me something. Depends what it is. I'm not going to make any promises that I can answer your questions, but you can ask. We're going to give it a few more minutes, 7 more minutes. We're going to start on some breathing exercises. Well, at least you pseudo liked the live stream. I appreciate that. Maybe I'm going to do a pseudo live stream donation of just 25 or just 99 cents. Helps out big time. Um, well, I mean, define scammer. If you're wearing a Masonic ring, that's not automatically a scam. Some people wear them because their family had it or whatever it is. If they are pretending to be a Mason, that's not cool. But again, unfortunately, there's very little you can do to control that other than you can tell them, you can tell them not to, but that's why it's up to us as Freemasons as well. Just because someone's wearing a Masonic ring, it doesn't automatically mean that they are a Freemason, right? You need to be really careful about that. Um, and you have to do your due diligence. That seems really fun. Well, what I'd say is go to his stream and either report it or make a comment on a video. Or you can always report it. I think there's a way to report these things. So you need to keep that in mind as well. Um, there are dues cards. That's a good way to do it. Ask them where their lodge is located and the name of it. If they don't know, or it sounds like they have to pause for a while to think of it, that's usually a pretty big sign. I mean, I can answer my Masonic lodges right away. So M stands, well, I mean, with a name like that, I would just be naturally wary. But again, I'd say the best thing to do is report the channel to YouTube and just say, this person is engaging in scams, explain why you think or the type of scam he's engaging in, and you go from there. Is the best way to do it. And that's true for anybody. If you see anybody who you believe is scamming on YouTube or on any social media platform, you can absolutely report the channel. You can absolutely report it to the platform itself. Okay, well, if he's blocked you, so be it, right? I mean, I just report him. He can block you, you can still report him, I believe. I'm one of those people, I don't get overly alarmed about it. I hate scams, but I think we also, as Freemasons and members of the general public, have to also have some responsibility to pay attention to these things and use our common sense. I mean, if somebody, for example, sends you a message that says, send me $500 and I will make you a Freemason and I'll make you rich and famous and powerful politically or otherwise, you should be aware that that's a scam, right? You should know that that's a scam and not respond to it. Because Freemasonry, I've talked about this before, Freemasonry will not make you rich. It will not make you powerful. It will not make you famous. Freemasonry is about service to others, not what you can get from it yourself. But yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with reporting it to YouTube, to the platforms. So that would be my advice for whatever it's worth. I hope you will consider doing so. And I hope everybody is having a great day on the start of this 24-hour content marathon. We're just half an hour in, so we're just getting started. But I hope you all are doing well. Got my snacks with me. We're going to start our breathing exercises in 3 minutes, 2 minutes actually. He's a beggar. I mean, if he doesn't mention Freemasonry and he's wearing a ring, there's no law that says he's not allowed to wear the ring. If he's wearing it and he hopes Masons see it and believe that he's a Freemason and donate to him, I mean, there's no rule or law that stops him from doing that. You can wear a ring if you want. I mean, many people wear Masonic rings who aren't Masonic. That's just up to the viewer to have their due diligence. Unfortunately, though, you can't stop somebody from wearing a ring or a shirt or whatever it is with the Masonic symbol on it, right? So be it, right? I mean, how many movies and television shows do characters wear Masonic rings? And we have no idea if they're actually Masons or not, either the character or the actor, right? I went to a pawn shop last year, and whenever I'm in a pawn shop, I always ask if they have any Masonic rings because I'm curious if any were pawned and I want to look at them. And he ended up telling me he doesn't have any rings that were pawned, but he did have a drawer full of rings with the square and compasses on them. And he said he orders them in bulk because so many people want to buy them. So it's just people seem to like the symbol. I think some people don't even know what it means. They just like the symbol and the way it looks, and they just choose to wear it. I think some people know what it means and want to pretend to be Freemasons and wear it in the hopes they'll get something from it. And then it's up to Masons and non-Masons to perform their due diligence when they are speaking with them and they see a ring. And, sometimes they're purchased by Masons, I'm sure, as well. So you have to keep that in mind. The Nowhere Man, I'm so handsome, I don't have to worry about that. If you want to help me out, though, with the rent, give me a super chat, just 99 cents. Help me take 99 cents off my rent. I'd be very much appreciating it. I mean, I don't know who Sam Thornton is. Again, it's look, if somebody's wearing a ring, there is no law or no rule against it. You can put in the comment that they're not a Mason if you know they're not. But yeah, there's nothing you can do about it for better or worse. And I don't, honestly, it doesn't really bother me that much if somebody's wearing a Masonic ring and they're not a Mason. Um, Again, I suppose what you could do is if you really wanted to fight against it, most Grand Lodges have trademarked the square and compass symbol. So what they could do is they could find the manufacturer of the ring and sue them for trademark infringement for manufacturing items with these square and compasses on it. But that's really all you could do, and that wouldn't stop the person from wearing the ring. That would just potentially stop any future rings from being produced that aren't officially licensed by the Grand Lodge. He did. Robbie Burns is a great Mason and an excellent poet as well, I guess was. All right, guys. So today is, well, I mean, then, so you wouldn't be able to my knowledge, I'm not a legal expert, even though I did go to law school. I'm definitely not a legal expert on Texas. To my understanding, though, if Texas has trademarked the square and compass symbol, and if the old Order of Eastern Star has trademarked the star, then they could sue him for trademark infringement for creating regalia with those symbols or creating items with those symbols on them. Anybody who purchases those items, they couldn't do anything. If he's saying that he's a Freemason, um, then I mean, there may be routes to go after him. But again, it would be no different than when I went to the pawn shop and asked about Masonic rings. The guy who had the whole drawer full of them and says he just orders them in bulk because so many people want to buy them. He never claimed himself to be a Freemason. He just sold items with Masonic symbols on it. It gets really tricky what the actual like legal ramifications are for it. You could argue it's fraud if he's claiming to be a Freemason and selling these items, but even then, like if I go to purchase, like I don't know if the exact way to deal with it other than to have Masons point out on streams or on social media that he's not a Mason himself, that he's clandestine. Beyond that, the actual act of selling items with the Masonic regalia on it or creating items with the Masonic item on it, it gets tricky as to what the ramifications of that are. Again, but that's also why we as Freemasons need to be responsible with our own items so they don't end up in the hands of people who can resell them. If you have any Masonic rings, jewelry, coins, pins, make sure in your will and testament and your executors know where those things are meant to go when you pass away, who gets them. Otherwise, they can end up in an estate sale or they can end up, in a storage locker discovered years down the line and then sold to a pawn shop or in an estate sale or worn by people who don't know what they are and don't care about them. Like, it's on us to be responsible for our Masonic items as much as anything else. Um, Joshua Johnson, there is no the Mason, but a Mason is a member of Masonic Lodge. I mean, Eagles, when I hear Eagles, I think of the band. That's all I know. And pedals, oh yes, in Masonic. So if he's peddling degrees, that's more serious. That gets into the realm of fraud. And potentially anybody who purchases a degree from him, however it is you go about it, could sue him for fraud. It had to know more about what precisely he's saying, but that is getting closer into fraud territory. If he's, let's say, telling somebody, give me $500 and I'll make you a third degree Mason or something, that is getting to the realm of fraud. But again, it would not be necessarily Masonic who would sue him. It would have to be the person who purchased the fraudulent degree. And even then, it gets into, again, like what has Texas trademarked? Did Texas trademark that? Like, if Texas has trademarked the term third degree, then they could potentially sue him for trademark infringement. It'd be really interesting to see how, the best way to deal with that from a legal perspective. From a social perspective, it's education. You just put on social media that, like you're doing now, that this guy's a scammer, he's engaging in fake degrees, whatever it might be. Um, but legally, it gets a little bit more complicated. I don't know him at all, so I can't say anything about him. But in general, we have to be, as Masons and non-Masons, use our discernment, use our intelligence. There's a reason why I'm always very clear to remind people, being a member of this channel, giving me a super chat, it helps support this channel and my efforts in this channel. It does not make you a Freemason. They're separate things. This is a separate organization from Freemasonry. There's a reason I trademarked the square and compass symbol. Part of it's to protect myself, and part of it's to remind people this is not a, like, this is separate from the square and compasses. It's not under the realm of the Masonic square and compasses. That's also why I called this square and compass, not square and compasses. Hello, Fraser. Good evening. Good afternoon from Canada. It is evening in Germany. I hope you're doing well. Guten Tag. That is awesome, Fraser. I'm sure that's really, really cool to see. Freemasonry has been in Germany for a while, so that's awesome. All right, we are actually a little bit late, so I think it's time to get started. We are going to start talking about breathing exercises. Hold on just one sec. Hashtag 24-hour content marathon. As I've talked before and said before, I think it makes sense that we as Freemasons spend the first 15 minutes or so of a meeting, either the start of the meeting, or we could even do it at the end of the meeting, focusing on things like mindfulness exercises, breathing exercises, mindfulness techniques. The reason being, I think those have a lot of benefits and a lot of value. First of all, it can help us separate ourselves from what happened during the day to what will be happening in the evening, right? If you have, let's say, had a really busy day at work, a bad day at work, you had a bad day at home, you're having challenges with family challenges, work challenges, maybe health challenges, it can be very easy to bring that stress and those difficulties into the Masonic Lodge with you. Especially if you're coming right from work, right from home, right from where these challenges exist into the Masonic Lodge or the Masonic meeting. And that may affect your ability to be present. Now, obviously, to be a Freemason, it's not a professional, quote unquote, organization, but I think you should bring a level of professionalism into the lodge room, which means whatever problems that exist outside of the lodge, you should do your best to not bring them into the Masonic Lodge. But it's not always easy. Starting your meeting with breathing exercises and mindfulness techniques, it can be a way to separate yourself from those challenges and say, okay, yes, those problems, they exist. They will still exist when this meeting finishes, but I'm going to make a purposeful effort to transition myself and focus on what I can do in this moment, in this lodge for the good of Freemasonry, and deal with any outside problems when I leave the lodge. I think that's a really important technique. It also helps bring people together in unity. Again, if John Smith is coming from work and he's dealing with his work issues, and Jim Smith is coming from home and he's dealing with home issues, and Bob has no issues, whatever, they're all coming in with their own problems, their own days, their own challenges. Spending 15 minutes where everybody breathes together at the same time with the same pacing, all listening to either the worshipful master or the person guiding the breathing exercises. It reminds everybody, okay, we're all actually here for one purpose. We may have disagreements how to achieve that purpose, but we're all working together. And so by kind of synchronizing your breathing, synchronizing your active listening skills, I think there's a benefit to that as well. And also, it is just good for blood pressure, good for health. We as Freemasons have a responsibility to care for our health, care for our well-being. There's been all sorts of evidence that breathing exercises and meditative practices can lower blood pressure, lower stress. And so I think it makes sense, again, to start meetings with some type of breathing or mindfulness exercises, or to finish the meetings with the same, again, for the health benefits, as well as it's a purposeful way to step out of the lodge space and back into the quote unquote real world space. Mindfulness. Inhumane, you've been on here before and said that before, and that's foolish. You should not be embarrassed to be Jewish. So we're going to do a couple of different breathing exercises. Also, it makes sense to do so today because today is Bell's Let's Talk Day, 2026, which is dedicated to moving mental health forward in Canada. It promotes awareness, acceptance, and action based on or built on four key pillars: anti-stigma, care and access, research, and workplace leadership. Metaphorically, if you want to ascend in a metaphorical sense, by all means. And by the way, when it comes to breathing exercises, obviously, if you have any concerns, talk to a doctor, talk to a mental health, or talk to a doctor, talk to a specialist. That stuff is very valuable as well. Okay, so let's start with my favorite type of breathing exercises, which is what's called box breathing. Is it? I don't wear sweatpants, but I should. And that is breathing in 4 steps with 4, again, metaphorically, James, with 4 seconds. So first, you breathe in for a count of 4. Then you hold your breath for a count of 4. Then you exhale for a count of 4. And then you hold again for a count of 4. So box breathing, again, one more time. You breathe in for a count of 4 seconds. You hold it for a count of 4 seconds. You exhale for a count of 4 seconds, and then you hold it again. So we're going to try it together. If you want to close your eyes while you're doing this, you are welcome to do so. If you don't want to close your eyes, that's fine as well. So there's a few different types, phrase 6815. There's also the 478 breathing technique for relaxation and sleep. There's also the diaphragmatic or belly breathing. There's mindfulness breathing. So we're going to try all of them. This is the one I used to always do, which was 4, 4, 4, and 4. But if there's one that you do that you prefer, do that one while I'm doing this. That's perfectly fine. But we're going to start with box breathing, which apparently is supposed to help with calm and focus. And it's the one I used to do. If you get light of breath or short of breath or anything like that, always talk to a doctor for any of these things, right? If you're not comfortable doing it, don't do it. Talk to your doctor. Right? This is not about providing medical advice. This is just talking about some things that I find work well. So what we're going to do, hello, Blame Dirty, please hit like and subscribe. We're going to start with breathing in for 4 seconds on my count. 3, 2, 1, breathe in for 4 seconds. 2, 3, 4, hold for 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, breathe out for 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, hold for 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hope that worked well. We're going to try that again in 1 second. So we're going to breathe in. No worries, Fraser. If your lungs can't do it, don't strain yourself by any means. Do what you can do. If you can do 3 seconds, do 3 seconds. If you can do 2, do 2, right? Do what you can do. So we're going to try it again. We're going to breathe in. I'm going to hold it for 4. You hold it for as long as you can. So we're going to start breathing in right now. We're holding it. We're releasing. And we're holding it. And there we go. That is box breathing. Do what you can do. We're going to try that one more time. Then we're going to go on to another breathing exercise I really like, which is the 4-7-8 breathing technique, which is for relaxation and sleep. But first, we're going to do one more set of box breathing. So what we're going to do is we're going to inhale through our nose. I should have mentioned that. Inhale through our nose for a count of 4. And we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. We're going to hold it for a count of 4. We're going to exhale for a count of 4 through our mouth. And we're going to hold for a count of 4. There we go. So that was box breathing. Again, you are breathing in through your nose for a count of 4. You're holding it for a count of 4. You're exhaling through your mouth for a count of 4. And then you are holding that for a count of 4. Well, breathing exercises could be a valuable part of Freemasonry. I've argued, and I still believe, that what we should be doing within Freemasonry is dedicating the first 15 minutes of our meetings to breathing exercises. So that we got hearts, welcome Smokey. Honestly, breathing is a type of summoning. You're summoning your calm, you're summoning relaxation, you're summoning anxiety relief. Again, talk to your doctor, obviously, but I hope that this is something you guys will consider doing. Next, we're going to try the 4-7-8 breathing technique. Well, you can kick me out if you want. Well, you can. I'm a Mason, so you can't kick me out of your meetings. I'm a brother, but nonetheless. We're going to do 4-7-8 breathing technique for relaxation and sleep. So we're going to sit comfortably with our back straight. You can also lie down if you want, but I prefer, because I'm in a wheelchair. We're going to sit with our back straight. We're going to exhale completely. I mean, self-reflecting is a type of mindfulness. Self-reflecting is a type of mindfulness. And we're going to talk about mindfulness exercises and self-reflection exercises as well. So we're going to exhale completely through the mouth, making a whoosh sound. Then we close our mouth and inhale quietly to a count of 4. We then hold our breath for a count of 7. And we exhale completely through the mouth, making a whoosh sound to the count of 8. Again, do what you can. Talk to your doctor, etc., etc. So we're going to exhale completely, making a whoosh sound. We're going to inhale quietly through our nose to a count of 4. We're going to hold our breath for a count of 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to exhale completely through our mouth, making a whoosh sound to a count of 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we're done. We're trying it a couple times. Grind, go to the hospital. If you ever, not just that, but if you ever have any challenges, get yourself to the hospital and do what you can. right? Breathing exercises. Everybody can do different things as it should be. So I'm not telling anybody how to do it, just telling you these are some of the exercises I like. Hello, RH. And actually, that could be a good poll question, though. Hold on just 1 second. Would you be interested in starting a Masonic meeting with breathing exercises? If I spelled that correctly. Hold on just 1 second. Interested in starting. I'm putting this on, I'm making this poll question as well. Your thoughts on this? I do not like the clan. I think they're terrible. Okay. Oh, the free trial thing? I don't think it's a bad idea. I'm just not sure exactly how it would work. So we're going to try diaphragmatic or belly breathing next. So sit down in a comfortable spot. My wheelchair is very comfortable. We're going to place one hand on our upper chest and the other on the stomach, just below the rib cage. We're going to breathe in slowly through the nose, ensuring the hand on the stomach rises while the chest hand stays mostly still. We're going to tighten our stomach muscles and exhale slowly through pursed lips, feeling the stomach fall. And we're going to repeat for 5 to 10 minutes. We're not going to repeat it for that long, but this is an idea. Well, Ari, you're staying here. You're staying here. You don't have to stay here. But I would say I like what Fraser said. Being unfamiliar with your breath is actually very common, and I think it does a lot of harm to people. Being mindful of our breathing is a very valuable tool, right? So we're going to breathe in slowly through our nose. We're going to ensure that the hand on our stomach rises while the chest stays mostly still. We're going to exhale slowly through our pursed lips, feeling the stomach fall. We're going to repeat that again. So one hand on the chest, one hand on the stomach. Breathe in slowly through the nose. Feeling our chest, feeling our stomach rise. We're going to exhale slowly through pursed lips. Feeling the stomach fall. We're going to repeat that one more time. And maybe one more time. So those are just a few breathing exercises that you can consider. I'm going to give one more. This is a very easy one. Mindful breathing for anxiety. Right? Which is, I think, again, within Freemasonry, this might be a very valuable one to take part in, because one of the dangers I think that can be is, again, you're coming to a Masonic lodge, you are anxious, you are concerned, because maybe not about Freemasonry, but maybe you're anxious about things happening in your day-to-day life. Maybe you've had a tough day at work, a tough day at home. Maybe you have medical concerns, financial concerns. You have all these anxieties that are, challenging you. Maybe your wife is sick. Maybe who knows what it is. You have all of these challenges that you're facing. I think it's really important that you have a way to kind of set those anxieties aside as much as you can and try your best to recommit, refocus on being in Freemasonry, being a part of Freemasonry, being a part of the meeting in that moment. So I think it's worth exploring those ideas, those techniques. Hello, Brother Courtney. Welcome back once again. Okay, so it's very simple. We're sitting in a comfortable position. You can close your eyes if you want. Focus on your breath, allowing it to flow in and out without forcing it. When the mind wanders, gently redirect it to focusing back on our breath. So we're not thinking about anything other than our breathing in that moment. Thank you, Smokey, for being here. I appreciate it. And I look forward to our stream on the 29th. I'll have to talk about the times. So we breathe in. We breathe out. We don't think about anything but our breathing and being present in the moment. And whatever problems or challenges or issues exist outside of this moment, we put those aside. We don't allow our mind to wander into those challenges, because those challenges are going to be waiting for us once this moment is finished, once this dream is finished. Those problems are not going anywhere. So instead, we focus on our breathing. We focus on this moment. We focus on how we can most relax. We focus most on our breathing. And we prepare, by doing so, for whatever may come next. And there you go. Those are just a few breathing exercises, mindfulness techniques that you may want to consider as part of either the start of or the end of a Masonic meeting. Again, I think each of them has its value and its benefits, which I've talked about before at the start of this stream, and why I think it's so valuable that we have those things. I think white noise and pink noise can be very valuable. Don't even think it has to be white noise. It can just be something you enjoy listening to. It can be music. It can be television shows. We all have our comfort shows, our comfort movies. What I would say is, when it comes to that, the most important thing to remember is not everybody may have the same taste. But certainly, like I've done, for example, a lot of hot yoga and yoga in general. And one thing I find is they often use music to help people focus. So I know we got a few Masons on the stream, like Michael Moore, Courtney. Let me know what you would think, if you would think starting your stream, starting your meetings with breathing exercises. I think my teeth look pretty clean. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe they don't look great, but Tyler, you joined Freemasonry to be one, ask one. You need to find a Masonic lodge in your area and talk to them. Express your interest in joining Freemasonry. And you go from there. You're not wrong. I mean, I would say bring it up with your Masonic lodge, but they may be interested in doing breathing exercises with relaxing ambience. Interesting enough, this question, would you be interested in starting a Masonic meeting with breathing exercises? Yes, 47%, no, 53%. So I would also say, within this conversation, we're talking about ways to be mindful. Nice, Minotaur. What do you think, Minotaur? Would you be interested in starting your Masonic meetings with breathing exercises? What's the point of Freemasonry? The point of Freemasonry is up to each Mason to decide for himself. For me, the purpose is to try to create a better world through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. Now, I do want to talk about mindfulness techniques as well in terms of how we in Freemasonry can help those struggling with anxiety or challenge with mindfulness. And a big part of that is encouraging journaling. Freemasons are not afraid. I mean, some may be, some may not be. Within Freemasonry, we are kind of reminded of our mortality, but to, um, um, have that reminder, not in a negative sense, but to remind us to take advantage of the time we have here on earth and to be grateful for it. So I think within Freemasonry, it's also might be worth having the worshipful master or a brother who's interested encourage brethren to take part, maybe spend the first 15 minutes, even using an actual journal, writing stuff down, encourage them to bring a pen, a paper, a journal, and asking them some questions as it relates to, how they are feeling. You can use the term if they're having any symptoms of anxiety, but I'm not a big fan of the term symptom. I would say rather just if they're having any anxious feelings or mindfulness challenges, and how to deal with those. You can ask them, for example, you can ask them, this month within Freemasonry, what are you most grateful for? This month, what do you want to remember about your Masonic journey or about your Masonic career? Was there anything within Freemasonry that was difficult in the month, and how did you overcome it? Is there something that you want to remember and focus on in the coming month? So maybe you have a second degree, a third degree coming up. Do you want to remember that and remember how it goes? Perfect, Minotaur. That's a great thing as well. And that's a type of mindfulness technique also, right? Starting every meeting by shaking and greeting every attendee and every rehearsal with an NFL type. That's a great way to do it. Um, you can encourage brethren, and again, you can start the meeting with this or even end the meeting with this. I think a good way to do it might be you start every meeting with breathing exercises and mindfulness techniques, and then you end every meeting with these journal prompts and these journal questions that can encourage other people to find you, right? So you say, everybody, before the next meeting, think about what you're most grateful for within Freemasonry. Think about what you most want to remember about Freemasonry. I don't know about those riddles, Fraser. I think we should. Um, Ask them, identify a barrier or struggle either within Freemasonry or within their Masonic journey, and one thing that they can do that's within their control to deal with those challenges and those issues. Um, Ask them to create a list of everything that is going right, either within their life or within Freemasonry. Um, Ask them to write down things that they plan to persevere through and how they can persevere through them, right? So that might be a good way to end the Masonic meeting. And also always remember when it comes to these issues of mindfulness, anxiety, anxious, remember the old expression that a coach told me, we have two ears and one mouth, which means we should be listening twice as much as we speak. That's especially true, I think, if you're within a state of Masonic leadership. Remember also the EARS acronym, which is probably a good idea for worshipful masters as well. And engage and open a conversation, actively listen and encourage self-expression, refer to resources and ask how you can help, stay in touch, and follow up. Um, I think that'd be awesome. Karate warm-up techniques. I think that'd be really, really cool. Engage and open a conversation. If you see a brother who's struggling, thank you phrase. I appreciate that. Find a private space to talk and keep the other person's comfort level in mind. Show that you care by asking open-ended questions that help to generate more than one-word responses. Actively listen and encourage self-expression, right? Listen and let the other person or the Masons do most of the talking. Um, Use open-ended questions or phrases. Summarize what they tell you in your own words. Validate the person's experiences and emotions. Stay attuned to the person's mood and adjust your tone or posture in the conversation. Um, Refer to resources. Ask how you can help. Stay in touch and follow up. That's why I've always said we in Freemasonry should have a list within our lodges that includes resources in which people can find, for example, places to talk to people, crisis lines, 988 if anybody's thinking of harming themselves. Food banks they can go to. Anx- I can't think what it's called now. Benevolence funds. Hello, Darkness Night. Thank you for being here. So I really think it makes sense that we within Freemasonry, again, spend, let's say, the first 15 minutes of our meeting engage in some of these mindfulness exercises, breathing exercises, as well as the end of the meeting, giving journal prompts, discussion points, topics, so people struggling with mental health issues can find a way to, deal with these issues. Because we in Freemasonry struggle with these as the same as everybody else, and do what you can, right? Take care of your mental health, talk to people, care about other people's mental health, talk to your doctor about if you need to talk to somebody, a therapist, breathing exercises, do what you can, is the key. So I hope everybody is doing well. I hope you enjoyed those. Let me know what you thought of them. I can't pronounce your name. Ambat. I'm just going to call you Amba. There you go. There's your shout out. Thank you for being here. I hope you're going to have a great birthday. Darkness Night. Thank you for being here. I also remind the brothers there are 4 forbidden phrases: I can't, I want, I thought, I'm tired, and the maximum effective range of excuses 0.0 meters. Apparently, you are an old soldier. I would say it's okay to say I can't alone. It's not okay to say I can't. The whole point of Freemasonry is things you can't do alone, you can do with your brothers. Please, Amba, hit the like and subscribe button. David the Plumber, shalom to you as well. There's a ton of resources already available. Mario knows it's good. But tomorrow, after this stream, I'm going to be posting all of this stuff online on my various channels. And even throughout today, right? Today is a 24-hour content marathon. What that means is I need to be posting stuff throughout the next 24 hours on a variety of channels. And I'm going to be posting it in multiple languages as well. So be prepared for that. I'm going to be talking in a variety of different platforms, locations. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. But Mario knows it's good. Follow me on social media. Follow me on Facebook. Follow me on Instagram. Follow me on Blue Sky, on Twitter. And you're going to see links to a variety of resources. But yeah, and even Medium, Mario knows it's good. I've done a ton of Medium stories and subjects about journaling. So I've left the links everywhere. Follow me on those sites. You'll find all of this stuff. Sloth. Hey, you guys. Hello, guilty of being right. Are you guilty of hitting the like and subscribe button? And can you be guilty of doing a 99-cent super chat? Interesting enough, 20 votes. Would you be interested in starting a Masonic meeting with breathing exercises? No is at 65%. Yes is at 35%. If it works, Minotaur. I mean, there are definitely elements of the military that could be of great benefit to Freemasonry. I would say one of the things is stepping in unison. One thing that really drives me crazy that I see in Masonic lodges is if you are traveling in a Masonic lodge and you need to turn left or right or whatever it is you need to make a turn, how often they don't do a square angle. They'll kind of cut the corner. Or if 2 brothers are walking together, their steps will be uneven. walking in unison, taking your angles square, all of that stuff adds so much to the Masonic experience and makes the lodge meeting look so much better. So it's a little thing, but it absolutely makes a huge, huge difference. Hello, huge difference, I should say. Hello, raised eyebrow. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. I don't know if you were on for any of the breathing exercises I was doing, but if you were, let me know what you think of them. And thank you, as always, for being here. How is your day going? We're going to talk next about ways to grow our Masonic lodges, but that's going to come later. We're going to start right now by just hanging out, waiting to see who else joins. And I've told people before, as I've mentioned to people before, just because I have specific topics doesn't mean we can't talk about other things as people are interested in. So if there's something you want to talk about, let me know. Welcome back, Gooey. Thank you for being here. I'm a past master as well as a current master. So I'm past master. I've done every job I hate the most. Don't know their left from right. I mean, part of that too does come down to your, a big part of that does come down to your director of ceremonies, right? One of the things he needs to do is to be making sure that he is communicating with the membership, the best way to move around the lodge. Very often it's also a deacon. I find those two officers, more so than anybody else, set the tone on how to move through a Masonic lodge properly and smartly, if that's the right term for it. Awesome, James. Thank you for that. Nobody's fighting anybody, the Nigerian nightmare. Nobody is fighting anybody. But nonetheless, thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button if you're new to the stream. Let's wait a little bit longer and then start on the second part of this stream, which again is going to be talking about ways to grow Freemasonry and even what that means, right? Because the term growing Freemasonry, it doesn't obviously mean a single thing. There's a lot of ways to grow. That's true for just anything. That's true for the business world, the religious world, the political world, the social world, the civic world. You have to first be willing to define growth. What does growth mean? Sir Wellington, please hit like and subscribe. Gooey, keep talking about Asians. I'm going to put you back in timeout. We are going to give it a bit more time. We're going to wait to see who joins. I'm also live streaming or live posting all of this stuff on YouTube, on X, on Blue Sky. I'm doing an X Space at the moment. We're going to be going on to some other channels soon because this is about producing content across platforms. So just keep that in mind. But let's see for now who else jumps on to say hello. And share this stream with others. I hope you guys enjoyed the breathing exercises. Again, maybe consider starting your Masonic meetings with the breathing exercise and finishing them with a series of journal prompts to be brought up at the next meeting, which is part of this idea of mindfulness. Now, I've said it before, if you are, let's say, an entered apprentice or a newer Mason and you're watching this, there is no harm in bringing up these ideas to your worshipful master or to a past master and just expressing your interest in doing so, right? I think a lot of times entered apprentices and newer Masons can feel as though it's not their place to bring up new ideas or different ideas. Believe me, it is absolutely your place. And nobody should be telling you it's not. Nobody should be suggesting to you that you shouldn't be bringing these things up. Um, so please do so. Um, Again, it may not happen, which is fine as well. You can't, at the end of the day, the lodge will decide how it wants to proceed. But bringing up the idea, there's a great deal of value to that in and of itself, especially because, right, and the thing you need to remember is ideas sometimes is like planting a seed. I can't tell you how many times I've brought up an idea either within my lodge or within Freemasonry in general, and it doesn't get any traction. But then 3 or 4 years down the line, somebody who heard my idea and has now become a worshipful master remembers it and implements it, right? Not every idea takes hold or grows immediately. However, um, that doesn't mean it doesn't take root ever. Well, I mean, I've never been a big fan of that, Minotaur. Different Masonic jurisdictions have different rules about entered apprentices and what they can and cannot do in terms of their engagement with Freemasonry. In Ontario, you can, once you're an entered apprentice, you can vote on motions, speak in lodge. I personally think that's how it should be. But however that works, that doesn't stop an entered apprentice from approaching a worshipful master or a past master outside of lodge, sending him a message even by phone, like a text message. Hey, I heard I have this idea. I think it could be really fun. I think it could be really enjoyable. Do you want to check it out? Do you want to try it? Um, Again, the worshipful master can say no, but he may say, I don't think it's the right time for this, but they may bring it up to other people, and who knows what happens 3, 4, 5 years down the road. Um, and that's always been my philosophy. And I've found it not just in Freemasonry, but in life, right? I've always found just because the first effort is not a success, that doesn't mean every effort is not a success. Or that doesn't mean just because it's not a success in the moment, it doesn't mean it won't ever be successful or it won't ever take hold. Sometimes you just got to keep screaming till they hear you. Metaphorically, don't literally scream your ideas to the worshipful master. That's how you get in trouble. But metaphorically. Well, Locker, we have two types of masters, quote unquote. There's Master Mason, which I am, which is your third degree. It's kind of like being a master electrician or a master carpenter. It's basically a reference of skill, and you've reached a point where you're considered a master mason. Um, or there's the worshipful master of the lodge, which is the person responsible for basically the governance of the lodge. He doesn't get to decide, like, it's not his place to, let's say, decide on if a motion passes or if a motion fails. That's not his job. However, he's responsible for making sure that if there is a motion on the floor, the vote is done correctly, appropriately, and in line with both the Grand Lodge Constitution and the Lodge bylaws. And then the outcome is the outcome. Freemasonry is an incredibly democratic institution. And what that means is, amongst other things, the master doesn't get the final say on anything. What he gets the final say on is how the decisions are made, not what the decision is. Um, the WSW, I'm not sure what WSW refers to. Um, I mean, I would say if there is, for example, a sponsor, you can do it that way as well. Like me as a worshipful master, if there's an entered apprentice, I would hope he'd come to me and express his interest or express his ideas to me. Now, he may be more comfortable speaking to, for example, oh, senior warden. Okay. I would hope he could also talk to his sponsors. In theory, every jurisdiction, if you are applying to be a Freemason, you need to have at least two Masonic sponsors. In some cases, it's more. Like I know some lodges require 3 or 4, which I think is better. There's no rule that says it simply needs to stop at two. However, the point is he may have a couple of sponsors for Freemasonry, and as a consequence of that, he may be more comfortable speaking with the sponsors, um, and say, hey, I was thinking, wouldn't it be cool to do breathing exercises in a Masonic lodge? And the sponsors may bring it up to the worshipful master or the senior warden, who could then bring it up to the worshipful master. Um, it's more about being comfortable communicating ideas. And that, by the way, that applies to Scrum Company Promotions too. If anybody watching this has an idea on what they think can improve Freemasonry, whether it be, I mean, even if they are not a Freemason themselves, but just based on their own experiences with other organizations, they think they have some ideas that could benefit Freemasonry. I absolutely hope that you will bring those ideas forward and bring those ideas to me. I would hate to have anybody think that they don't have any good ideas because they're not a Freemason. That's not how it works. Um, I've got some of the best ideas on, what to bring into Freemasonry from things that are completely separate from people who are not Freemasons, but have been part of other organizations and seen what's work. So I've never had a seconder or heard of a seconder Minotaur. We have um, sponsors, um, which would probably be the same as a proposer, right? So when somebody applies to join Freemasonry, after they fill out their application, it's read in lodge, and the two sponsors or more are read with it. So brother so and so, John Doe, is applying to join Freemasonry, sponsored by brothers John Smith and Jim Smith. And in theory, those sponsors should be able to speak on behalf of the applicant in terms of saying, like, this is why we're sponsoring him. He seems like he wants to join for the right reasons. He's, got his head on straight, blah, blah, blah. Whatever reasons it is. Again, you can have more than two. We do have mentorship as well. Usually we don't have, a mentor. We don't assign a specific mentor to an applicant and eventually, the Mason, if he is accepted. Rather, it's known like, okay, that brother is the mentor. He is here every Wednesday night. If you're a newer Mason, you're expected to come to lodge and on the Wednesday night and meet with them. So you might have 4, 5, 6, or 7 entered apprentices all meeting with that mentor on mentoring night. It's also mentoring we do for new officers or even old officers who are trying to brush up on their stuff. You never stop practicing. That's really, really important thing to remember within Freemasonry. You never stop practicing. I've known a lot of guys who get to a point, and I've got to this point as well. You get a little bit arrogant. You've been doing it for a while. You think you know your stuff. You don't think you need to practice anymore. And then you get in the chair, and suddenly you realize you've forgotten everything. You need to keep practicing. You need to keep your skills up. It's a really important lesson in Freemasonry. Just because you've been doing it for a while doesn't mean you don't need to practice over and over and over again. It's no different than anything else, right? They talk about this a lot with law enforcement, and I think it's absolutely correct and absolutely important. You need to be willing to keep practicing and keep being humble. One of the biggest mistakes we make within Freemasonry is when we refuse to be humble. Practice your work, Mr. Keep. So, for example, when you are, sitting in a chair, so when you're opening a lodge, there's ritual. It's very often call and response. Worshipful Master says this, Senior Warden says this, Junior Warden says this. You're not expected to read from the book because it looks ugly. You should have it memorized. You may be, let's say you've been the worshipful master for a year and you're convinced you know everything. You've done all the parts. You know how to open a lodge. You know how to close a lodge. And you stop practicing. And maybe 2 years later, you are called on to sit in a chair. If you haven't been practicing, you got arrogant, you might forget completely how to open the lodge, how to close the lodge. And then the opening looks ugly. Or you're fumbling with your words. Like you remember the words, but not completely. So you need to take more time. You fumble with them. You step on your words. There's also practicing how to move in a lodge. We talked about this before with the military example. you know, walking in unison with other people can be a challenge. Remembering to actually take a corner at 90 degrees can be a challenge. You need to practice how to do that. And then there's practicing your parts, right? So if I'm doing a degree and I have a specific section to do, again, it should be memorized. It's expected to be memorized. Um, just because I did it, let's say 20 times in a year, 10 years ago, doesn't automatically mean I'll remember it. I should still practice it regularly just in case. Or if I'm asked, hey, in 1 month, can you do this part? I should take a few days to practice it just to refresh it, just so it sounds good and looks good. It's kind of like being part of a theater company and, a play. The difference is with a theater company, you'll do a play once and you may never do it again. With Freemasonry, you're doing the rituals all the time. So that's why the value is keep on practicing it because you may be called upon at the last minute to sit in for brother who's sick, who's ill. You can sit in there and help make sure the lodge goes smoothly. So we're not doing a 20. Honestly, Mr. Keeps, I don't think that's the case. However, maybe it is. I mean, Dave Thomas was a Mason, that's for sure. He was absolutely a Freemason. He was good friends with another Mason, Colonel Sanders. Um, they were both Masons. So I'm going to choose to believe my head canon is going to be that Dave Thomas had square patties because he was a Mason. So Light Free, this is the 24-hour live stream. However, it's not a live stream. It's a 24-hour content marathon. What that means is I'm going to be streaming this. I'm also doing a X space at the moment, so people can listen to this on X. But, at some point I'm going to switch off. I'm going to go to a different stream, a different channel, a different venue. I'm trying to grow my stuff across the variety of streams and variety of platforms. Right now we're here and on X. At a certain point, though, I may be going to a different stream. When I am, I'll make sure to announce it and I'll make sure to post it in a variety of different locations. I'm using the hashtag, by the way, hashtag 24HR content marathon. So it's hashtag the number 24 HR content marathon. All one word. That's my hashtag. Honestly, TikTok is the one venue and the one platform I'm not going to be taking part in because I'm just too nervous about it with kind of everything happening in the States and who owns it, who doesn't own it. I'm just not comfortable with TikTok. I have a TikTok channel. I never use it. I posted one thing on there like 4 years ago, and that was it. So it won't be on TikTok. Even on Discord, I have the Discord channel. Again, I rarely use it. I've argued a million times Freemasonry needs to be better at being on a variety of different locations. We need to be everywhere in the real, like the physical world. I think on the online spaces, Square and Compass Promotions should try the same thing. I may even do some stuff on Medium because it's been a while, unfortunately, since I've done anything on Medium. You are welcome, Minotaur. Eddie, Freemasons do not worship Saturn. Um, that kind of comes from somewhat of a misunderstanding of Albert Pike. Yeah, Minotaur, you're not wrong. But even if you have been called on for the next 60 years, don't get arrogant, don't get hubristic. You might forget some stuff in that 61st year. So keep on practicing, keep on studying, keep on learning. Honestly, I've said this before, any Mason worth his salt, or her salt for that matter, but worth his salt, should have some basic memorization skills and should be able to memorize work relatively quickly. So if you're called upon at the last minute to do a piece of work, you should be able to memorize it relatively fast. However, let me make this clear, that doesn't give a worshipful master or a degree director the excuse to just call on you the last minute willy-nilly. Sometimes people get sick, sometimes things happen, but that doesn't mean that, you should give your people doing the work as much notice as possible. Um, I agree when breathing air, we are breathing consciousness. Somebody said, I don't want to do breathing exercises. I want to do summonings. They're being sarcastic, obviously. But, I pointed out, you could argue by doing breathing exercises, we're summoning calmness, we're summoning tranquility, we're summoning focus. I mean, Minotaur, I would expect in the military, there is a ton of like work done on breathing. My guess is you're reminding your guys to constantly breathe, especially if they're going through training. When I went through my professional wrestling training, breathing was a huge part of what we did. Being reminded to breathe, so you don't get blown up is the term. And so I think we in Freemasonry could borrow more from those breathing exercises as well. Well, I mean, a lot of very smart people, we'll put aside the theological implications for a while, have focused on breathing. Yeah, and when you get tired, for whatever reason, you have this tendency, or not even tired, but just nervous. You have this tendency to hold your breath. I don't know why. I don't know where it comes from, but it absolutely is a real thing. And it's unfortunate that those things happen because, it's holding your breath. I've seen brothers. I once saw a brother. I'll never forget it. Minotaur, you may have seen a similar thing once. It was a first degree, and the worshipful master was performing an obligation or giving the obligation. He was maybe within 2 feet of the candidate. And normally, within an obligation where we're kneeling down. But this was an older brother who, struggled a little bit. But anyways, the worship master was giving the obligation, and he was so nervous and so focused on the obligation, he was not paying attention to even the person in front of him. He was just so nervous about it. So this guy's struggling because he's a bit older. His knees are not a fan of kneeling down. The worshipful master, everybody else could see he was struggling, but the worshipful master couldn't because he was so focused on getting his work out. But the worshipful master also wasn't breathing because he was so nervous. So it's one of those situations where he would go, something effective like, and he's talking and he's speaking and he's saying words and it's obviously getting harder and his breath is getting, his face is getting redder. Then he would take a pause and do this big breath. Eventually, an older guy got up, an older Mason got up, went to the altar, brought a chair, raised the candidate and had him sit down so he could get a break. And told the worshipful master, like, slow down, you need to calm down because your face is beat red. And everybody took a breath. But he got so in his head and so in his nerves that he basically forgot to breathe in that moment. And it took, a Mason reminding him to just slow down, breathe, you've got this. And also to be more present, right? Being not present in lodge is one of the bigger problems. Well, people get nervous. I mean, there are some people who, like I've noticed this with, with some Freemasons where, for whatever reason, I have my faults. Believe me, I have my faults. But I've never really been nervous or afraid of public speaking. But there are Masons who absolutely, I've seen them, they get really nervous with public speaking, and if they have to make a presentation in lodge or do something in lodge, I don't know if it's the idea of everybody looking at them or what it is, but they get really nervous. And you see that with memorization work as well, where they'll do it perfectly beforehand, but in the lodge with people looking at them, that's when they get nervous, that's when they get tricked up. That's why those breathing exercises are so important. And being present is so important. I've honestly even thought of, it might be valuable to bring into a Masonic lodge a theater company or a theater group to talk about and engage with, how do you breathe while doing a long soliloquy or a long, if you have to do Hamlet's to be or not to be speech, or section, or reading, right? If you have to perform that, how do you perform that entire section while maintaining your breath? While, being present, both you're performing the speech, but you're also present as a character and paying attention to what's happening on the stage if there are other characters. Like, I've always thought that could be really valuable. It goes back to this idea that we within Freemasonry can absolutely um, take advantage of, or not even take advantage of, learn from a um, variety of different areas, specialties, professions, skill sets. I think breathing is high is fundamental to every level of presence and awareness. If you stop breathing, very soon you're not going to be aware of much other than your need to breathe, or at least your physical body is not going to be aware of much other than your need to breathe. We do. I do as well. I think I'm decent at it, but I'm not great at it. But I think I'm decent at it because, for me personally, what I found really helped me with my breathing was professional wrestling training, where if you weren't breathing, you would have somebody yell at you to breathe. And you've learned very quickly that if you stop breathing, you are going to get yourself blown up. And that's a pretty, that is not a good place to be. So I think that helped me a lot. But a lot of Masons do. Well, Mr. Keeps, you are absolutely correct. A lot of Masons need to improve their breathing. By the way, I have a special announcement I'm going to be making probably in a couple weeks, so stay tuned for that. I did want to mention, before I go on to growing Freemasonry, that's right. Although Mr. Keeps, interestingly enough, I mean, I would wonder, um, like, for, let's say, the technology space and the technological security space, I could imagine that there are definitely times where the stress starts to increase. I mean, sometimes I'm assuming it's a lot of hurry up and wait. There's not like, you have to do this by next week or this by next month. You have longer timelines, but I could imagine there are moments where there's some type of cyber attack or potential cyber attack, or the technology is not working the way it should. I can imagine in those moments being reminded of your breathing and stopping to take a second to breathe could be pretty valuable. I know even for me, if my technology stops working, I can become very annoyed. And when I become very annoyed, it can be very easy to forget about the necessity and the value of breathing. So I can only imagine what it'd be like if you're responsible for, let's say, the safety of, I don't know, 300 computers in an office building, to find out there's some type of cybersecurity issue and it needs to be dealt with right away. The tendency to panic, to not take a few moments to breathe, can probably be pretty significant. I wouldn't be shocked. Eddie, I like the 777 as well. I prefer my favorite breathing exercise for myself, which we did earlier in the stream, was the growing was box breathing, which is 4 4 4 4. Breathe in for 4, hold for 4, out for 4, hold for 4. I can imagine that. And in that case, it's not so much the number, it's the rank, if that's the right term, right? Or the position. It's not like everybody in the office, but it's the most important people in the company all happen to be there, and you better get it working. I can imagine that'd be very stressful. Well, I mean, I don't think 98% of Freemasons are aligned with MAGA. I mean, Freemasonry is not political. I've known some MAGA Freemasons. I've known some who aren't MAGA. I mean, in my experience, this is a very rough guess. It's 50-50. Um, and when I say 50-50, I mean 50% of Masons, supported Donald Trump, 50% didn't. That's a very rough estimate. I would say in terms of like hardcore supporters, it's less than that, because there's a difference between voting for somebody and being a hardcore supporter. I'd say for me personally, for whatever it's worth, I am a Freemason and I am not a fan of Donald Trump even a little bit. I don't like him at all, but that's my personal opinion. I've not noted anything, I've not noted any particularly high level of, mega support amongst Freemasons. And a lot of cases I wouldn't know. We within Freemasonry are not allowed to discuss politics or religion while in a Masonic lodge. Now, again, if a Mason is super political, I'll find out anyways because he may post stuff on Facebook or post stuff on social media or talk about it after lodge or talk about it before lodge or whatever it is. But I I would not, my experience would be that that's not been the case, at least for me. Well, thank you, Dream Seeker. I appreciate you being here, and I hope you are enjoying this stream. Yes, I got a big nose. Please hit like and subscribe. Um, One thing I'd want to mention as well, it's, I mean, I was never a fan, so I found it to be a bit much, you know, 8 years ago, but we'll see. We shall see what happens. All we can do is, I guess, just wait and see. For I know it's nerve-wracking for a lot of people right now. There's that old quote, may you live in interesting times. It is certainly interesting times. But I've talked about this before, even with these interesting times, I'm still not going to stop visiting the United States for a variety of reasons. But my brothers are there and I love them. And the political situation is of sand, right? It changes. The love I have for my Masonic brothers, wherever they may be, including in the States, is made of stone. So, I mean, maybe just focus on his own backyard for the moment might not be the worst idea, to be honest. Um, I agree with you as well. I was not ready to start this YouTube channel, as my earlier videos demonstrate quite substantially, and even many of these videos demonstrate significantly. Um, but you still choose to do it. Oh yeah, and I've said that many times before, Mr. Keeps, and I truly believe that. Um, you cannot judge a you cannot judge the people of a country, for the actions of the government. That is, I think, a really dangerous thing to do. Even if whether it's democracy or not, you can't make those two judgments. Is not fair. People are the people. The government is the government. Again, some of my Masonic brothers may support Donald Trump. I know some who do. Many do not. They're still my brothers. So, yes, linear until you get to hopefully uh, exponential, right? Because I do believe it's possible to get to exponential growth over time if you're willing to work hard enough. So I did want to mention this. This is something I'm hoping everybody will consider doing as a favor. If you go to bestofwindsoressex.ca nominations, I'm going to put this in the chat. You should be able to copy and paste that. Bestofwindsoressex.ca nominations. And then you go to, so it's nominations open. These nominations are open until Sunday, February 1st. You can nominate certain different businesses. There is a space to nominate under theater companies and performance venues. Nominate Temple Blooms at the Windsor Masonic Temple, right? That is what I would hope that you would nominate, because they are a theater company that does shows, productions, plays out of the Windsor Masonic Temple. They do a great job. Love them. And I want to support them. So yeah, hopefully brethren will support them. Thank you all again for being here. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are enjoying my 24-hour content marathon. So I have a Patreon and I have a uh, YouTube memberships. I often will ask my members on both Patreon and YouTube to vote for what they want to see me discuss. And I try to give kind of preference to their requests. We got a request for, I started at 2 p.m. We're going to be going, again, it's not going to be exclusively on this channel. We're going to be doing stuff on, like right now, I'm hosting an X space as well. I hope you'll find me there and listen to me there. Um, I am going to go onto some other sites as we go through this. Uh, every time I go somewhere new or, do something different, I'll be trying to post it on my different social media channels so you guys know where I'm at, what platform I'm on, and what I'm talking about. Um, so the yeah, so my Patreon members, oops, sorry about that. My Patreon members voted for, what they wanted to hear me discuss was ways to grow Freemasonry, which I think is awesome and a valuable, valuable thing worth discussing. My YouTube membership voted for Masonic history. So I'm definitely going to be talking about that as well. But the first thing I want to talk about is ways to grow Freemasonry. And I'm going to give you my opinions on that. I will leave it up to you guys to give me your opinions on that because I'd love to hear yours as well. I'm going to switch the poll though quickly. What is an ARG? Unless I'm crazy, I feel like I should know what that is, but for some reason I can't think of it. Let's switch the ending this poll. Augmented reality game. Okay. What would that look like? Like, is that through the metaverse? I'm just doing a quick poll question here. So give me 1 second. All right, start poll. There might be. I'd be really curious what that would look like. That would be really cool, actually, Mr. Keeps. I know you're interested in those games as well. Um, is it the type of thing where it's a combination of like you have physical media of some sort? Like, so you have like a physical board game with like pieces you move, and then you also have like a computer. So you're playing both at the same time, right? Like I remember back in the day they had these Star Trek games where you had it was really cool because you had the board game and then you had a VHS that you put in there as well. The Yes, you can combine it with real world locations. I mean, that'd be really, really cool. What would you think would work best, Mr. Keeps? Do you think what would work best would be a exclusively online version of the augmented reality game, or do you think it would be, um, the best way would be to have a combination physical and virtual? I do not know what you mean. Does Freemasonry support a Trumper? I mean, if you're saying does Freemasonry support Donald Trump, some do, some don't. It just depends. In terms of one's political beliefs, when I hear that, I assume it means someone who voted for Donald Trump. Freemasonry is apolitical. I'm sure we have many members who um, support him, and who are Trumpers who aren't. I would say Freemasonry neither supports nor does not support a quote unquote Trumper. Everybody's political decisions are up to them. It's not for Freemasonry to say one way or the other. Hello from India. Yes, I got a TikTok. Please hit like and subscribe. See, that's really cool because Mr. Keeps, a few years ago, what I did is I actually, for a brother, I created, he was very active in our building, like keeping the building organized and stuff, and cleaned and all of that. I actually created a Monopoly board game, but I switched out all of the normal kind of pieces or all the normal like properties with items or areas within the Masonic building. It was a custom Monopoly game, right? Now, I always thought you could do that with Clue as well. You take your Masonic building and instead of having whatever Clue is, you have your lodge room, your ante room, your lobby area, and then you can use, instead of the rope, the whatever, you can use Masonic symbols like the square, the compass, and instead of it being the unaliving of somebody, because that would drive the conspiracy theorists crazy, you could have, like, I don't know, the secretary lost the minutes. Find out who stole the minutes with which item and in which room they hid them. Um, but that'd be really, really cool. That would be a good way to grow Freemasonry. What do you think that would grow for Freemasonry? Membership, relevance, attendance? Because the definition of growth or grow, right, is the process of increasing. Actually, sorry, let me get the quote. To grow, the dictionary is definition undergo natural development by increasing in size and changing physically, progress to maturity, or become larger or greater over a period of time, increase. So, and yeah, absolutely, it would get people interested in Masonic lore. So, obviously, we're not speaking about Freemasonry growing in a biological sense, although the metaphor is there, but we're talking about the second definition, right? Becoming larger or greater over a period of time or increasing. And so, then the first question we need to ask is, what is it that we ultimately want to focus on when it comes to growth? Now, all of these things are connected to one another, right? That's a really important thing to keep in mind. If you're growing your membership, you are naturally going to see an increase in attendance because you have more members. It's almost assured that a percentage of that membership will start to attend lodge regularly. If you grow your membership, you're also likely to see your finances grow because you'll have more members paying dues. If you grow your relevance, you may then get more membership, more attendance, and more finances, right? However, it's a matter of what it is that you are choosing to focus on and the extent to which, because you can't do everything. There's 24 hours in a day. People are busy. So it's kind of like, how do you focus your energies? Do you focus on getting more members? Do you focus on getting the members that you already have to be attending lodge more regularly? Because let's say you have time. Um, let's say you have enough time to make 5 phone calls in a day, right? You have 1 hour set aside to talk to 5 people. Are you going to choose to talk to 5 non-Masons who are interested in joining and thereby try to grow your membership? Or are you going to call 5 members who haven't attended lodge in a while to try to grow attendance, right? Or for that matter, are you going to spend that hour researching and studying the best financial investments that your Masonic lodge or organization can make to grow your finances? Do I look like Vanilla Ice? Sergio, please hit like and subscribe. I'd very much appreciate it. Um, what I would say is, this is just my personal opinion. I've talked about this before. At the core, what we need to grow is relevance. And when I'm talking about relevance, I am defining it. Let me get the exact definition. right? The quality or state of being closely connected or appropriate. We need to increase our relevance in our communities and in the lives of the membership. Well, if you give me 99-cent stream, a 99-cent super chat, it will help grow. It will help grow my net worth. Well, there's a few different ways, right? The I think at its core, um, it's about being visible, but also letting people know the things we do. So, for example, celebrating local achievements and celebrating local accomplishments. I think that is an incredibly important and valuable way to increase relevance, right? I think, thank you, Mr. Keeps, right? If there's an event happening, an event taking place, we within Freemasonry, and it's good for the community, we in Freemasonry should be celebrating it, whether it be the opening of a new skating rink or a new skating park, the opening of a new community center, right? One of the things that we very often, thank you, binary ghosts, we are not visible behind the scenes. That's one of our biggest problems. For example, we used to, within Freemasonry, have very frequently these things called cornerstone ceremonies, right? Where before a new building was erected, or it could be after the building was already erected, we would go to the owners of the building and we would ask to perform a cornerstone ceremony where we as Masons would gather, we would hold a public ceremony in regalia, and we would put in the building a cornerstone. And that cornerstone would usually have the date the event took place, the year the event took place, and it would say this cornerstone was laid by Freemasons in honor of whatever it might be, in honor of the people who will live here, who will work here, who will be involved here. Built, the building being built, raised, right? It's called erected because it grows bigger, if you will. We did that 5 years, actually more than that, geez, 7 years ago at Windsor's new city hall, right? And it was not meant to celebrate or to show any respect for the politicians in the sense of like, it's not supporting a particular mayor or a particular political identity or a particular politician. It's a way to support and thank everybody who is part of city governance, from the custodians who work in that building and keep it clean, to whomever the mayor may be, to whomever the shareholders may be, to whomever the people are that work in that building as part of Freemasonry. As part of the city. Because we as Freemasons, we are part of Windsor, we care about Windsor, and we care about the governance of Windsor. And we want to say thank you to everybody who helps make that governance possible, whether they be the bureaucrats or the politicians. Not a particular politician. We are just as grateful to, one mayor as the other. Every Mason can decide for themselves whom they want to vote for. But it's saying, we love our city, and that includes the city hall that helps make our city run, as well as it can. But more importantly, that was relevant because now every time somebody's in that building, they see our cornerstone. Freemasonry is now relevant to them. When we did the cornerstone ceremony itself, and we thanked everybody who was there, everybody who was building the building, and took a moment to mention them, we were relevant to the builders who were making that building possible. They remember us. Oh, the Masons said thank you to us for doing this work. Thank you for putting the time and effort in, right? People like to be thanked. People like to be thanked for the work that they do. That makes us relevant. It's relevant on an emotional level, right? We talk about different types of relevance. Yes, saying thank you to them both in the formal way of the cornerstone ceremony, as well as the informal way of shaking their hands and saying thank you on behalf of the Masons for building this building, for the work you're putting in, for the work you do as a city employee. That creates an emotional relevance. They care about the Masons now more because we took the time to be out there and in front of them and thank them. Again, through the ceremony itself and through informally. And that's also, it doesn't have to be a city hall. It could be a hospital, thanking the nurses, the doctors, and also giving our best to the patients who'll be there. It could be a community center. It could be a home for the old age or the aged, right? All of these things create and demonstrate relevance. They create emotional relevance. We want to create relevance with local artists and artwork. For example, at the Windsor Masonic Temple, one of the things I'm incredibly proud of that we do is we use our, any space on our walls that's blank, that has space available, or even empty shelf space. We have set some of that aside and we offer the space to local artists. Right now, we have Worshipful Brother Bill Ritz has displayed a bunch of his artwork in the building, and it's beautiful. But the point is, we've done it for both Masons to display their artwork and non-Masons to display their artwork. And in some cases, that creates an economic relevance within Freemasonry because some of those artists are choosing to use the space to not just display their artwork, but to try and sell it to membership and to the public. They'll have information below about how to contact them if they want to purchase any of the work. But even if it's not the relevant, quote unquote, economically relevant, it's still relevant to them emotionally because, hey, the Masons care enough about the work I'm doing that they want to display it. We don't charge them anything. They can, they display it completely for free. So it's like, oh, hey, this is relevant to me. I care about this because I got to display my artwork at the Masonic Temple. So now it's relevant to them. Now they care. Now they're more likely, if they're, an artist, maybe they won't decide I would like to join Freemasonry. Or maybe a friend of theirs expresses an interest in joining Freemasonry and they, support them in that. Or encourage them to join, because I know those Masons, they displayed my artwork for me. They helped me try to sell some of my artwork. I know they're good dudes, right? So it's about, again, creating that emotional relevance as well as that financial relevance. Trying to do more community events so you're visible. A great example is one of my, and honestly, these ideas don't have to start and end exclusively with Freemasonry. If anybody's part of any civic organizations or groups, I hope you'll consider bringing some of these ideas back to your group. Like, let's say you're part of the Moose or the Elks, and you know that your building has a lot of wall space that's not being used for anything. Maybe suggest that that space be used to display local artists' work. Another way is supporting local businesses. Doesn't have to cost that much money. Sometimes the businesses will, for the sake of exposure, try to, we'll cut you guys a deal or something. But for example, in Windsor, we had a new ice cream shop open up over the summer. I don't know how well the ice cream shop is doing right now when it's freezing cold outside, whether they are, interested in still getting a bunch of business. I don't know who eats ice cream when it's cold, but we had a ton of people, they were a really popular spot, but they just opened up. They were brand new. And so what I did before they had really got a foothold in the community is I went to them. And we ended up organizing an ice cream tasting at the Masonic Lodge before a meeting started. So they brought in, it was actually at the coffee club, so it was ice cream for breakfast. They created 4 ice cream flavors. All of them had a breakfast theme. It was coffee and donuts. So it was coffee. So the flavors were coffee and donuts, Lucky Charms, blueberry pancakes, and orange sorbet. Let me just make sure I get this was last year, so I want to make sure I'm getting the name of the company correct. It was Frost Co., but I should double check it just to make sure. Yes, it was Frost Ice Cream Company. They are on Ottawa Street here in Windsor. They're actually a really good ice cream shop. But anyways, they created four ice cream flavors, and we did the ice cream tasting. So about 20 people got to try this ice cream, learned about this new ice cream shop located in Windsor, learned how to support we supported the business, we paid for the ice cream. Again, it's always possible to talk to different companies about doing something for exposure, but we were able to pay for it. But the point is, it wasn't just buying those four, it wasn't that expensive. It was four, small-ish containers of ice cream because everybody took one spoonful of each. Suddenly Freemasonry is relevant to that ice cream shop and to the people who own that ice cream shop because they remember when we first opened up, as we were developing our customer base, the Masons came and supported us with an ice cream tasting and posted on social media that we had done so. Again, it's not enough to just do these things. You do these things, and then the way that the relevance develops is by posting about them, talking about what you're doing. Um, One of the things I was really, really proud of, um, Johnny, no violence in the chat. You might find yourself banned if you're not careful. One of the things I've been most proud of, I've talked about this before, is during the pandemic, we in Freemasonry, at different jurisdictions had different rules, but in Ontario, for a long time, we could not meet in person. Um, we could, however, do virtual meetings, and we did several virtual meetings it was Google Meetings, I think it was. But anyways, for us, one of the meetings, what we did is, and I'm still really proud of this, we did a virtual beer and cheese tasting through Chapter 2 Brewing. So what we did is Chapter 2, which was at that time, a very new company, obviously got hit really hard with the shutdowns. They created packages of different, local beers and different cheeses and meats. They put some other things in there, like some pins, which is really, really cool of them. And anyways, they created these packages. Masons could purchase these packages for like $20 a pop. Either get them picked up or get them delivered to their houses. Then what we did is, the packages, each beer was labeled like A, B, C. And then, these little packages of cheese and meat were labeled A, B, C as well. And then so during one of our virtual meetings, we had the Chapter 2 Brewing Company come on stream with us, come on the virtual meeting with us, and we engaged in a guided tasting. So the Chapter 2 representative would say, okay, the beer marked A is this type of beer, brewed this way with this flavor profile. We paired it with this type of cheese and this type of meat, which were both sourced from local companies as well. Because these are flavor profiles, this is how we brew our beer, this is how it works. It suddenly created a great deal of relevance between Chapter 2 and everybody who works there and the Masonic Temple and the community, right? They remember, hey, the Masons helped us out and helped us, sell some products while we were struggling through the pandemic. And honestly, they have been really excellent. Like Chapter 2 has done a ton of stuff for Freemasonry since. They've organized and helped us with bar services for a variety of events, getting the permits, getting all that stuff. They have their Smart Serve. They've been incredibly helpful to us. And so we increased our relevance with them as well. So that is, again, an example of economic relevance. However, it is also an example of emotional relevance. They remember when we were there for them. Well, but you're still here, Rob Speary. Freemasonry isn't always exciting. Freemasonry is sometimes, it's valuable, but valuable doesn't always mean exciting. In the same way, reading minutes of a lodge doesn't always mean, is valuable. It's not always exciting. Please, though, Rob Spear, hit the like and subscribe button. That's also why I'm always reminding our Masonic brothers, um, to be relevant in the lives of the membership as well, outside of the lodge. One of the interviews I did a few years ago, it's with he was in the military and he was, if I recall correctly, a general. He was basically like in a leadership role within the military, within like an army unit. And please hit like and subscribe. Um, the he talked about something that I thought was really cool. He said he needs to remember that when his soldiers are coming onto base, he's not dealing with exclusively a soldier. He's dealing with somebody who has a life outside of the base, has a wife, has kids, has financial struggles. Their family might have health struggles. And he said it's his job to make sure, A, he's taking all of that into account, and as a leader, thinking about the struggles they're facing and how he can help them, right? That's one of the reasons why I'm always talking about we in Freemasonry need to know how to connect our brethren with whatever resources they may need, whether it be food banks or 988 or benevolence or where to crash if they need a place to stay, because they have their own problems, and we as Freemasons, especially leadership, should be cognizant of those problems and aware of it. But what it also means is Freemasonry needs to be relevant to our members' lives outside of the lodge. It cannot just be relevant to them once or twice a month. That means, if we know they are having a problem or struggling and we can, don't wait for them to reach out to the lodge. Reach out to them, call them, take some psychological first aid training, right? And if they're going through a crisis, reach out and talk to them. It's not just about Freemasonry within the lodge, it's Freemasonry outside the lodge. Go out, have social events, right? If relevance is the state of being connected to something, and you as a Mason are connected to something once a month, if that, it's not that relevant to you, right? Relevance is also important from a cost perspective. We are asking for dues and money to be a Freemason. So if you're going to be coughing up some money to be a Freemason, you want that money going to a purpose that's relevant to you, more relevant than simply one or two meetings a month. It depends. There is no set cost. Oscar, to be a Freemason, the cost is dependent on each lodge. I'm a member of 5 Masonic lodges. The cheapest is actually $25 a year American. The most expensive is $250 a year Canadian. So about 220 American. It depends on the costs associated with running the Masonic Lodge. If you're in New York City, your lodge is probably going to have more expensive dues because it's not an inexpensive place to operate. Right? Relevance is about engaging communities, right? So, for example, there's a reason I encourage every Mason who's a member of my lodge to have 311 downloaded on their phone. If there's an issue, if there's a problem around the building, a sidewalk is damaged and presents a tripping hazard. There's trash not being collected, or there's too much trash, like trash cans aren't being picked up, or there is no trash can, or you need to have a public transit stop around your building, or streetlights are broken, right? Having 311, which is our app to contact our city and express concerns, it's demonstrating the relevance of your Masonic building within your community. Because again, it's creating that example of relevance. The city remembers, oh, these Masons, they care about at least their area of the city. It's relevant to them, right? And so it should be relevant to the city. I'm assuming, I don't know where you're from, Mr. Keeps. They probably have a very similar thing where if you have any issues in your town or community, they have an online app you can use to contact the city. But I encourage every Mason to do so. KY, I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. Welcome, Rondo. Thank you for being here. We are in the midst of our 24-hour content marathon, right? But if you're talking about sustainability as an example of relevance, right? Um, Sustainability initiatives often rely on individual community members or households changing their behavior and participating in the initiative, initiating in Freemasonry. Community engagement is key. I am handsome. Destroy Christianity. Hello, gaming effects. For example, two municipalities in Alberta, Canada, found that communication processes and input from community and external stakeholders had a significant impact on relevance and sustainability. Citizens were able to develop a common language for sustainability through education, with this dialogue facilitating the planning process and community change. This led to communities seeing themselves as part of a larger sustainability network. This could also lead to Freemasons seeing themselves as part of a larger Masonic network, or community members seeing the Masons as part of their sustainability network. Hello, Pander Lightly. Please hit like and subscribe. Everybody watching this, please hit like and subscribe. There's no way for me to know exactly how much you would need to pay to join, Oscar, because again, every lodge is different. You would have to talk to the local Masonic lodge in your area, express your interest, and go from there. There's no way I could know. Engage communities in research projects. This is a huge missed area within Freemasonry. Let's say that your Masonic building is thinking of engaging in renovations, repairs, additions, right? You've got some money and you want to do something with your building. Why not? Obviously, first and foremost, engage with the membership of the building, engage with the local Masons, ask them, what do you want to see from this building? What do you want this building to have? What do you think this building is lacking? However, why stop with your membership? Let's say your building is open to the public, you have public events there, you rent it out for dances, for weddings, you bring people through the building for any number of reasons. You have open houses, you have tours, again, you rent out the space. Why not engage with the entire community? Ask them, what do you want to see from our building? Especially within the neighborhood. Let's say your Masonic building is located in or around a residential area. You're in a community, you're in a neighborhood, like in London, for example. Go to the neighbors and ask them, what do you think of our Masonic building? What would you like to see different? How do you think it looks? What do you think would make this building better? What would make you more interested in attending our building? Either to rent it out for a personal event, like maybe what would make you interested in renting out our building for a wedding or for a celebration or for a birthday party? Or what would make you interested in coming into our building to learn more about Freemasonry? You require to be as handsome as I am to join, and I'll let you determine how handsome that is. Right? I think, and I've seen this many times, and when I talk about Freemasonry as not being relevant, I've seen so many times, and I've been guilty of this as well. Within Freemasonry, we'll very often, and KY may have seen this as well, will very often, like if well, very often, well, actually not as much as we should either. We're more likely to ask our membership, what do you want to see from Freemasonry? We're not, or from our buildings, we're not as likely to go to the community and ask them, what do you want to see from Freemasonry? Or what do you want to see from our buildings? And that creates less relevance within the community, right? Let's say we're doing a huge renovation project on our Masonic building, and we take no time to ask the community what they want to see from the building. Why would the community come to our building then? Why would the building be relevant to the community? Right? Relevance is how much you're thinking about it. If nobody, especially if you're neighbors, like especially if you're in a residential area, if nobody asks the neighbors, like, what do you want to see from this building that's part of your neighborhood? It's neither not going to be relevant to them what happens to the building, or it's going to be the opposite. They're going to be opposed to it. But if you do a research project, and if the community says, we would really like more ballroom space within the building, and then you go ahead and you create more ballroom space within your building, now you've demonstrated relevance. You've shown that you care what the community thinks. The community is more likely to care about Freemasonry, if that makes any sense. Oscar, don't be talking about KY. He's been on the stream many times. You're kind of being a jerk, making fun of my nose. So don't be doing that. No, I do not have a affiliate code. That's not how it works. You can join this channel if you want, and I'd be honored if you did, or you can become a Patreon. However, this is me talking about Freemasonry, giving you my own opinions on Freemasonry. This is not me, you can't join this channel and be a Freemason. That's not how it works. Oh, don't worry. I'm going to be taking plenty of breaks. This is not a single 24-hour stream on one channel. This is going to be across multiple channels in the 24 hours, including some live posting, some live tweeting. I've got a space right now happening on X, so it's a lot of fun. I would guess Mr. Keeps, I don't know if you're still there or not, but my assumption is you have to deal with this idea of very often research projects. Like if, for example, you're trying a new cybersecurity initiative or trying something different with the computers, you're going to be talking to people and asking them, like, what do you want to see from computer technology? How often do you check for viruses? Like, I'm guessing your stakeholders, which would be the people, where you work, you're going to want to get their input before you engage with any type of projects. Well, we're not required to monitor each other and report each other for behavior and bad and punishment. I mean, if I were to see a Mason, let's say, committing a crime or learn he's committing a crime, I would inform the authorities, but I'm not monitoring them. I'm not their mother or their father. I'm their brother. I'm supposed to be there for them, not monitoring them. Right? So academics and researchers often need some level of stakeholder understanding and cooperation in order to conduct their research. Engaging communities in a research project is often an important first step. After all, community members need to be aware of the project and be convinced that it's worth their time and attention. And to do that, researchers must first get to know a community's interests and needs, which allows them to position the benefits of the research and even adapt the research to the greater benefit of the community. So if you're a Masonic Lodge, what is your community interested in? What does your community need? Can you provide that within your Masonic building, thereby making your building relevant to the community? If you're relevant, you're more likely to get people potentially joining. Right? As a side note, part of the research process can also resemble the community engagement process, analyzing, identifying groups, building relationships, planning, interviewing, surveying, running focus groups and reporting back with your findings. When's the last time we in Freemasonry did focus groups, right, to grow Freemasonry? When's the last time we brought in, let's say, 20? I mean, I kind of feel like this is a focus group in some ways, right? But when's the last time we in Freemasonry, let's say, got a group of 20 Gen Xers, Gen Y, Zoomers, pick your group together, sat them down and asked them questions. How do you view Freemasonry? What do you think of Freemasonry? What are your thoughts? What are the thoughts of your friends? What would make you interested in joining Freemasonry? What would make you not interested in joining Freemasonry, right? When's the last time we've done a focus group? I think it'd be worth our time to consider doing some of those, right? So we don't have any rival organizations, Mopor, because Freemasons are vegetarians in that we don't want no beef with nobody. Honestly, our biggest rivalry is with the television. Our biggest rivalry is with the how comfortable your couch is after a long day at work to come out to a lodge. But I think holding focus groups could be an incredibly valuable way to grow Freemasonry. You're growing the relevance because, again, you're creating an emotional relevance. These Masons asked me what I think of Freemasonry. Maybe they gave me cookies and pop and pizza, whatever it is, as part of the focus group. Now I have an attachment to them. And especially if you, as a Freemason, through the focus group, try to implement some of the ideas, thoughts that came from the focus group, you are much more likely, I think, to be able to create that relevance. Um, I want none of the smoke. Um, Odin, welcome. I hope that the world doesn't end before you hit the like and subscribe button. Engaging communities in policy development. You could say that another way, engaging communities in Masonic development, right? Masons or government and regulators, but in this time you could say Masons, typically engage a number of different stakeholders in policy development, including members of the community. However, engaging these communities can be challenging, especially due to the varied understandings, interests, backgrounds, and abilities within a given community. It can be particularly challenging to engage disadvantaged communities in policy, so policymakers need to pay special attention to ensuring these groups have adequate opportunities to get involved. For example, if a city needs to review its policy for street parking, it would ideally get plenty of community input before making changes. This policy would impact residents, businesses, road users, and visitors to the area. As part of the policy consultation, the city would need to ensure they get input from a group that genuinely represents the communities via a variety of community engagement activities. This could include workshops in various locations, letters, emails, phone calls, door knocking, focus groups, surveys, and more. After mapping out key issues from the community and workshopping various solutions, the city could confidently recommend a solution that considers all perspectives and impacts. I think that's true for a lot of people, KY. A lot of lodges do go into communities, but could do more. I do think, though, there's one thing to go out into the community in a sense of visibility. So, for example, there's a parade, we'll go out to the parade. There's and we'll wave at the at the people. Or there's a fair, we'll set up a tent, we'll hand out keychains and special items, and hand out cards about Freemasonry. How many lodges do you think, for example, go out to the community, and instead of talking about Freemasonry, talking to them about them, thereby growing that relevance through that relationship? You know, like how many Masons are going out to the community and saying, tell me about let's say you're a Gen Zer or 20 something. What do you, as a 20 something, think about Freemasonry? What would make you interested in joining Freemasonry? What would make you interested in not joining Freemasonry? What do your friends think about Freemasonry? What are some of the challenges that you're facing right now? All of that increases our relevance and grows our relevance because now we're creating a relationship and we're talking about them, not about us, right? I think that's a really important thing to keep in mind. It's kind of like if you are if you are a business, the question you need to ask isn't how do we let the people know what we're doing? The question you should be asking is how do we ensure the people tell us what they need, and then how do we meet that need, right? Um, I mean, I don't know many local lodges that do that. A lot of lodges are great, and honestly, I've been mistaken for this as well. And I think it's one of the reasons why Freemasonry is not growing. And I think all civic groups and organizations are doing this. I've had real issues with, I'm really good, I think, at, I will tell anybody who asks what Freemasonry does, what it is, why it's important, why I love it. I'm not as great at talking to them about what they want from Freemasonry or what they think they need from Freemasonry, and then trying to match what they're telling me with what I wanted, with what Freemasonry does or what I do as a worshipful master. Like Steve Jobs talked about this really, really well. Um, where he said, like, you start with the customer, you start with the consumer, right? You start with what they are telling you they want or what they are telling you they need, and then you try to craft either your messaging or your products around that. Now, Freemasonry doesn't have a product per se, but if, for example, let's say community members are saying, we need more economic support. Can you craft your Masonic meetings around providing that economic support by using more local businesses and restaurants in catering, going out after to businesses, using more local community supports, using more local businesses. If they're saying we want a greater feeling of brotherhood, are we crafting our meetings to focus more on the brotherhood and the social aspect of it? Right? You're trying to, what do you need and how can we get that need to you, as opposed to here's what we're already doing. Um, Odin, you're talking a lot, but I think you need to calm down a little bit. I might end up giving you a bit of a timeout if you don't calm down. Well, Oscar, I joined Freemasonry so there's two reasons. So there's two ways to answer that question. There's the reason I joined Freemasonry and the reason I chose to remain in Freemasonry. I joined Freemasonry because I had a father. Yeah, I'm going to put him a bit of a timeout for a second because my dad was a Freemason, and as were my grandparents, and so I always just assumed I would join, right? Because again, you have the family connection. I grew up with Freemasonry. I saw it in my life. I saw the good things that they did, and so my assumption always was I would join Freemasonry sooner or later. But the reason I stayed active and engaged is automatically because I found out I loved it, and that's not something I could ever know until I joined. But it's something that I nonetheless discovered that I loved. Freemasonry is a leap of faith, right? Freemasonry is a leap of faith. So again, we're talking about engaging and creating more relevance. 7 relevance tips, or 7 ways to increase your relevance. These are very quick tips. Diversify your channels. That's what we're doing with this 24-hour stream, 24-hour content marathon. We're trying our best to diversify by producing content on a variety of different channels, on a variety of different streams. And I think we in Freemasonry need to do that as well, right? What I mean by diversifying Masonic channels is we need to be willing to show up everywhere, right? We should be showing up in parades. We should be showing up at festivals. We should have a social media presence on Facebook, on X, on Blue Sky. We should be communicating with people through, written surveys, through in-person meetings, through social media surveys. We can be calling people, right? We need to be engaged everywhere and diversified. If we're exclusively on X, then Freemasonry will be very relevant to people on X, but they won't be relevant on Blue Sky, right? We need to be relevant everywhere by embracing diversification. Those are great reasons to join as well, KY. Father D, I put you in timeout because you're being a pain in the butt. My channel, my rules. If you keep repeating the same thing over and over again, you're going to find yourself back in timeout. And don't be talking about other people on the stream either. Focus your stuff to me. Keep it simple. To be relevant, People need to know why we're relevant to them. I mean, they need to be able to say why we're relevant to them really quickly. The issue is if we start to complicate our message or complicate things, we're going to be less relevant, right? Bud Morgan, hit that like and subscribe button. Yes, I got a big nose, Father. I've grown to accept it. Leverage your relationships. I would say first form the relationships and then leverage the relationships. But if you want to create relevance, you need to leverage your relationships and first create them. Again, relevance is a relationship, right? I'm going to actually write that down because I think it's very valuable. Relevance is a relationship. It's an emotional relationship. It could be a financial relationship. It could be, some cases, a physical relationship, an emotional, a social relationship. Relevance is relationship. How many of us as Freemasons can say we have a relationship with our lodge of any sort? Right? For example, if we were sad that our Masonic lodge, let's say our Masonic lodge shuts down, goes dark, and we find ourselves sad about that, don't ask people on the stream. Talk to me. I paid, at the time, $500 to join. This was in 2007. But since then, I've paid anywhere between $25 a year and a couple $100 a year. The one-time initiation fee is usually more expensive than the yearly dues. I don't think Christianity is a cult. All right, guys, let's put Father D. Thomas in a timeout. He just has a rough life. And Pikachu, don't worry about him either. All right. Relevance is relationship, right? If something happens and it makes you sad, that means you're in an emotional relationship with that thing. That goes, I mean, I loved The Long Walk, which is a really great movie. One of my favorite movies of the year. I watched a lot of reaction videos to it where, the people were absolutely crying, as was I during some of those scenes. It's because the movie was relevant to us. The reason it was relevant to us is because we had a relationship with it. We had a emotional relationship with that movie, and that made it relevant to us. And you saw that relevance in the tears that people were crying, including me watching the movie. Again, it could be an economic relationship that creates that relevance. If if you are going to, after lodge, a restaurant, after every meeting to get refreshments, then a consequence of that, one of many, is you are suddenly very relevant to that restaurant. If you go to multiple restaurants, you have multiple levels of relevance. One lodge in Dearborn, one of the things I really love is the worshipful master said after every meeting, he tries to go to a different restaurant with his brothers. They wear their Masonic shirts, they order food. They are creating relationships with all those different restaurants, at the very least, economic relationships with all those different restaurants, and thereby creating relevance with them. Which, again, maybe some of the waiters, some of the servers, some of the owners, some of the customers, they see these Freemasons supporting their community, developing these economic relationships. Now it's relevant to them. Maybe they want to join. Or maybe they want to cater events at the Masonic building or do something for the Masons there, right? If they're having a celebration, offer a discount. It's about that relevance. That's what's so important. Don't rush. This is really important as well. We're talking about growing Freemasonry. The most important thing is we can't be rushing it. Growing Freemasonry, including growing our relevance within Freemasonry, it's not the type of thing that is going to happen overnight, right? We need to absolutely remember that. I think a lot of times Masons get frustrated because they'll say, we want to grow Freemasonry, we want to grow its relevance. And after a year, they'll feel like they didn't make any progress or the progress they made was incredibly slow. We need to always remember and always keep in mind that growth within Freemasonry is going to take time. It wasn't an overnight process to lose as many members as we have. By the same token, it's not going to be an overnight process to grow our numbers once again. So we need to keep that in mind, which is okay, by the way. There's been so many things in my life, as I have a real struggle with this, with patience. The Long Walk is my favorite Stephen King story, by the way. Walshy, I'll answer your question in just 1 second, I promise. I'm trying to think of what I was saying. Freemasonry teaches us temperance, which is to calm down a little bit, to not, if things aren't going well, to not get super concerned about it, which I think is incredibly important. I think we within Freemasonry need to keep in mind it takes time. Freemasonry did not grow overnight. It's not going to decline overnight. Growth takes time, whether it be growth in members, growth in attendance, or whatever else it might be. Just keep working. You'll be okay. Set expectations. This goes back with the first, with don't rush. Set expectations. Don't expect your growth to happen overnight. Don't expect your growth to come out all at once or to be sudden. Don't expect to go from 100 members to 200 members or from 10 members to 20 members. Just take your time. Be willing to set a groundwork. Be willing to set a foundation. And let the guys know if you have decided to engage in a project to grow your relevance by, let's say, approaching the community and asking them what they want to see from Freemasonry and trying to give them those things. That doesn't mean, within 1 year, even within 2 years, you're suddenly going to see an influx of community members. You might see it within 3 years. You might see it within 4 years. You need to set expectations about A, how long it's going to take, and B, how hard it's going to be. And 7, report back. That's incredibly important as well. Report back, both when things are going well and when things are going not well. One of the big, I don't know if anybody watches Kitchen Nightmares with Gordon Ramsay, but one of the things I've noticed about that is very often he'll go to a restaurant and everybody in the restaurant will say, when we 10 years ago, 20 years ago, this restaurant was super popular. It was super huge. Everybody loved it. Everybody was talking about it. It was successful. And then for a variety of reasons, they became unsuccessful over time, or their success stopped or their growth stopped. It's usually because they weren't, when things weren't successful, taking the time to talk about or study why they were being successful or why they were growing. And as a consequence of that, their growth was just kind of dumb luck, right? You need to be willing to, within any system, if things are going well, ask yourself, why are they going well and how you can maintain that growth. So if your Masonic Lodge is growing and you are having success, don't think you don't need to talk about it or study it. Study the growth. Study the growth. Study the success. Study the reason you're growing and, try to turn that into an actionable plan. And also, if things are not going well, don't become despondent. Set the expectations that it's going to be hard. Set the expectations that growth will be hard. Set the expectations that growth will take time. And then report as to why you think things are not going well, why you think the growth is not going well, and how you want to make sure that things will grow better in the future. Right? You can absolutely do that. So, some Masons, if you are going to the gym, you're a Mason or not, and you're smoking and you're drinking rum, you're a better man than I. I mean, I don't drink at all, but I cannot imagine trying to drink rum while exercising. That would be very difficult. So, Walshy, when it comes to paying of dues, it's basically what KY said. I do find when it comes to your first payment of your initiation fee, usually lodges are sometimes less inclined to, forgive that first payment. But not always, and sometimes they will. It just depends on the brother. But I've known many brothers over time who've been engaged with payment plans of various sorts to the lodge to pay their dues. Again, over 2 months, over 3 months, sometimes over a whole year, they'll pay month by month. So, um, the thing is, though, if you're in such a state financially where you can't afford anything and you don't think you'll be able to afford anything ever, you need to be really careful about that. And I suggest maybe Freemasonry isn't the best for you. It sounds like you might need to focus more on your finances, including maybe working more hours, overtime, whatever it might be. I mean, so Freemasonry, Rondo. I mean, Freemasonry can definitely, I think, survive in a more autonomous structure, but it would be challenging because the reason why Grand Lodges are so important is because they help us maintain recognition and regulation. So I can go to Texas and I can meet in a lodge comfortably, knowing it's legitimate because they have a Grand Lodge and because that Grand Lodge advises people, like maintains a certain standard. If there is no Grand Lodge, it'd be very hard for me to know which lodges I should be visiting, which lodges I shouldn't, which lodges are legit, which lodges are not legit, right? It's really tough. So the challenge would be how do you have any type of recognition or regulation or travel? At that point, you run into the problem of clandestine lodges basically being as legitimate as regular lodges if there is no kind of again, what's the word? If there is no kind of governing body to confirm these things or to regulate these things. But I mean, I've always been interested in the idea of Freemasonry and having a quote unquote nomadic Masonic lodges or what that would look like. I think that would be fascinating, personally. Um, Empathetic veteran, thank you for being here. I mean, hopefully, if he's a compulsive liar, then he's not a Freemason. Don't want any liars to be Freemasons. Well, I mean, they are arbitrary by definition, Rondo. I mean, by definition, they're arbitrary because there's no law of nature, right? That says, there's no law of nature that says, like, to be a recognized Masonic lodge, you must have a volume of the sacred law, which is one of the requirements under the Committee for Recognition. Whether you think that they're right or not, I mean, that gets a little bit more complicated. I would say, like, there's always going to be um, when it comes to um, any type of decision, like recognition, even laws, there's always a certain element of arbitrariness put in. Like, why is a drinking age 21 and not 20? Why can't you vote till you're like 18? You're probably smart enough to, is there that much of a difference between somebody who's 17 and 18? Why not 19? At a certain point, you kind of have to try to figure things out. You have to kind of make a decision and draw a line somewhere. And I do think the recognition, by and large, I think it's pretty accurate. I don't have any major issues with the way people are choosing to recognize their Masonic lodges. Or recognize what is a Masonic lodge or is not. Um, Again, it's relevant in the sense that there has to be something. So you use that, right? It's relevant in the same way. Like, the why is it relevant that the drinking age is 18? Well, because, or 19, or whatever the drinking age is. I don't know what it is in different jurisdictions, because that's the number that the governance picked. And so my Grand Lodge every year picks which jurisdictions it is going to consider to be relevant, or going to consider to be regular, and that's the list it gives, right? It's one of those things where it, you kind of have to just accept that there's a certain level of arbitrariness that goes into it, um, for better or worse. Empathy. Well, hopefully, he is not spreading any falsehoods in Masonic lodges. Um, if he's, it'd be tough to be lying within a Masonic lodge because most people should know the truth. If he's saying he's if he's saying to people that he's the Grand Master, most Masons should know whether that's baloney or not. So we shall see, I guess. But it's always unfortunate. Masons should be good, moral people, or try their best to be good and moral. We're always going to fall short, but we should try our best. Lying all the time is not a good way to do that. By the way, please take a moment to, if you're new to the stream, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Consider doing a super chat. Just 99 cents helps big time. We are rocking out our 24-hour content marathon. I'm going to be going to multiple different channels, multiple different platforms throughout the next 24 hours. Right now, I'm rocking out on YouTube, but I'm not going to stay here for the whole time. I'll be going to some other places. Mikhail Gorba. I mean, again, he could be a lodge master, but if he's lying about other things, do you necessarily believe him or not? Maybe he was a roadie for Woodstock, just as an infant. Who knows? Mikhail Gorb, welcome. Thank you for being here. I love being the Tyler. Oh, being the Tyler is great. Being the Tyler is absolutely one of my favorite positions in the world. Okay, so then he might not be a Mason at all. I mean, he also could be a member of a clandestine lodge. That can happen as well, where he's not a member of a legitimate lodge. He's a clandestine Mason. So that does happen, unfortunately. But yeah, so we were talking about relevance. I think for me, the key is relevance, or talking about growing Freemasonry and ways to grow relevance. Relevance is relationship. Relevance is a relationship, right? If something is going to be relevant to an individual, they need to have a relationship with that thing. It could be an economic relationship. It could be an emotional relationship. It could be a relationship in proximity, like I'm relevant to my neighbors because I live next to them. And if, I'm being loud and disruptive, that's going to become very relevant to their lives. It could be it could be a social relationship. It could be a political relationship. We within Freemasonry need to do more to grow our relationships within our communities and thereby grow our relevance within our communities. That means going to businesses and creating economic relationships, going to them for food after lodge or dinner after lodge, letting them know who you are and where you come from, or bringing their food in. If you got a new ice cream shop opening up, do an ice cream tasting at your Masonic lodge, thereby creating a relationship with that ice cream shop. Do a beer and cheese tasting, obviously with all the appropriate permits and things like that. Do a coffee tasting with a coffee shop. Create a relationship with local artists. Display their artwork in your building, on your shelves, on your wall space. You've again created a relationship. That relationship creates relevance, or that relationship grows relevance. Create a relationship with the community by going out to them. Heck, organize a door knocking day where every Mason knocks on the doors of maybe his neighborhood, maybe the neighborhood around the Masonic building. What do you know about Freemasonry? What do you want to see from Freemasonry? What do you think of this building here called the Masonic Temple that's in your community, in your, next to you? We know we're relevant to you because we're your neighbors, but is that something you think about? Are you happy that we're your neighbors? What would you want to see to make us, more relevant to you? Um, that's about that strong communication. You create a relationship through strong, good communication, right? Would you, for example, if you imagine it from a marriage perspective or a friendship perspective, if you're not communicating strongly, not like, I don't mean strongly like aggressively, but strongly as in clearly and forcefully with what you are and what you need, it's not going to be a very good relationship. It's not going to be very relevant to them. Um, I mean, I've met a clandestine Masons. I mean, by definition, they couldn't be more regular, but I've met many clandestine Masons who are more active in their version of Freemasonry than regular Masons. That's a great one, KY Pitbull. That's a great example of creating relevance through a relationship. You now have a relationship with all of those first responders and their families. They know about you, they know you care about them, right? It may not help grow the relevance or the membership of Freemasonry the first, second, third, fourth year you do it, but the fifth, sixth, seventh, the 20th, the 25th, who knows? You just keep beating on that door, developing those relationships. Over time, it'll grow stronger and stronger. The relationship will get stronger, and the relevance will grow. Base it on blame, dirty. I'm sorry that that happens. Right? A Masonic building that is quote unquote junk. Um, that's unfortunate. It could be that the building is not owned by the Masons anymore as well. You want to be careful about that. I know a lot of times Masons will sell their building, move somewhere else, and the new owners will not take care of it. But then it ends up looking negative. The Masons get blamed for it when they sold the building. And sometimes Masons just don't have the money to keep it going, right? Mutual respect. Relationships are based on mutual respect. If you don't have mutual respect, you don't have much of a relationship, you don't have much relevance. Collaborative environment. Again, that's a way to grow the relevance of Freemasonry. You, within a collaborative environment, the necessity of it is fairly obvious for relevance. Like, let's say again, the worshipful master decides this is what I'm going to do, but he doesn't collaborate with the membership, or the building decides this is what we're going to do, but they don't collaborate with the neighborhood. Well, you are not going to feel the membership or the neighborhood are not going to feel relevant to Freemasonry or vice versa. Because it's like, oh, they do whatever they want, they don't collaborate. That, limits or ends the relationship, that limits or ends the relevance. If the neighbor thinks this building, these Masons in this building don't care about me, so therefore I'm not going to care about them, you've just lost your relevance because you didn't take the time to collaborate or to communicate. Feluska, how to overcome lust? Well, I would suggest you focus on other things that bring you a sense of accomplishment or peace or happiness or joy. Gym, work, friendships, things you love, that's what matters. Not in a lustful way, but just, your favorite movies, find ways to take your mind off of it and focus on things you love. And clearly defined values. Do we in Freemasonry have clearly defined values? Could we define them if we had to? Could we define them to anybody who were to ask us about them? Right? You need to keep those things in mind as well. There are different types of cultures, and that's true there are different types of cultures within Freemasonry. There's clan culture, which prioritizes collaboration, CLAN, prioritizes collaboration and membership development. There's adhocracy, emphasizes innovation and risk taking. There's market, prioritizing competition and achieving goals. There's hierarchy, which values structure and stability. Um, right? How to improve the relevance, embrace transparency, recognize and reward valuable contributions, cultivate strong membership relationships, embrace member autonomy, be flexible, communicate purpose and passion, break down organizational silos, give and solicit regular feedback, stay true to your core values, give culture building the effort it deserves. Oh, I mean, I can imagine KY, that would be a huge issue, insurance. I never even thought about that. But yeah, try and turn your building into a storm shelter. Again, it would be, without question, it would increase the relevance of your building. It would significantly increase the relevance of your building, and therefore it would significantly increase the relevance of Freemasonry in your entire community. What I would say though is, because it's an insurance issue, are there other things that you can do in the interim? Yes, Jim, please hit like and subscribe. For example, one idea, for whatever it's worth, is could you, I'm assuming storm shelters need to be stocked with certain items. They need to be stocked with food, water, first aid kits, medical items, because you don't know how long you're going to need to be in the storm shelter. Could your Masonic Lodge organize, everybody brings in a couple items to the next meeting, and then you donate those items to the storm shelter. So just everybody bring in some canned goods, some bottled water, and some medical supplies. And then you bring in, you bring those items to whatever the local storm shelter is, even with a note. These are from Masonic Lodge, such and such. Thank you for being a storm shelter for us. We appreciate it. We see you, we recognize you, we want to help you. And now you've created a relationship and relevance with that storm shelter. Or, another option is if your insurance is killing you. I will say it is a lot of money up front, so you need to think about it. But one way I've noticed that Masonic buildings can reduce their insurance costs is by adding in additional security features. For example, you could add cameras, monitoring systems, cameras, automated door locks. I found that all that stuff actually does or can reduce insurance costs. And I know Masonic buildings who have done those things. They added in security cameras, they added in automatic door locks, and they found a reduction in their insurance costs. My nose hairs aren't that bad, are they? Please hit like and subscribe, by the way. I think my nose hairs look great. I don't know what you're talking about. Please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, again, I don't know what's in your building. Insurance is going up across the board. It's a huge issue for Freemasons, especially I know in Texas having problems. Especially if your Masonic Lodge is dealing with, if it's a historical building, right? That's one of the biggest problems that we've got right now in Freemasonry is, it's not a problem. I mean, it's a good problem to have. But if our buildings are sufficiently old enough or historical and have historical value, that can sometimes result in an increase in the insurance, as well as potentially an increase in property taxes. Although another thing that can sometimes help reduce your insurance costs KY, is, if you have historical items or any items in your building, taking the time to catalog them and preserve them digitally can actually help reduce your costs of insurance. So, if, for example, you're insuring your, let's say, minute books or records from, let's say, a few hundred years ago, 100 years ago, whatever it might be, taking the time to digitize them and create a digital copy of them, put them in a fireproof vault, putting them in a moisture controlled environment, you can see a reduction in your insurance costs because those items are at least better protected, so they're less likely to be damaged, and the information is protected digitally. I am eating Odie Bites, strawberry, and kale. Being super healthy. Okay. Megadon, please hit like and subscribe. PS3, please hit like and subscribe. Even 1952, I mean, that's 77 years. You got some old stuff in there. Might be worth cataloging it. So it's one of those things where it is absolutely the case, but within Freemasonry, and that, by the way, when I talk about increasing our relevance, as I just said, again, I don't think I'm that intelligent, though. I might be stupid. I might be coming across more intelligent than I actually am. Right? One of the You cannot, Big C. Now, I have actually, to be honest, I have actually visited one Masonic lodge. Actually, no, two Masonic lodges that were located in a former house. The house, it was purchased as a residential property and turned into a Masonic building. One in Vaughan, one in Michigan. And I actually have been to a Grand Lodge building that was turned into a Grand Lodge office that was a residential house as well, which is really cool. So, but you can't turn your house into one. You need to get permission from the Grand Lodge for that. Big C, he doesn't want to say, so leave him be. Nobody has to say anything on this stream they don't want to in terms of where they're from or anything like that, or any identifying information. All right. What I want to be is a guy who gets more subscribers and more likes. So please take a moment to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. There you go, is Western Kentucky. Not the Grand Wizard. The Grand Wizard is the KKK. Freemasonry is not the KKK. Those two things are not related. So, going back to relevance and growing relevance, I will say though, when it comes to it comes to relevance, our Masonic records are a huge way that we can be increasing our relevance within communities. For example, within Freemasonry, we have records. Some of them go back hundreds of years. A lot of local different organizations and groups, like historical organizations, may find the information fascinating and relevant to the history of the town. A lot of, early town mayors and councilmen and important people were themselves Freemasons and may have records in the Masonic Lodge, may have pictures of them in the Masonic Lodge. It's worth exploring those relationships within Freemasonry and local historical societies. I personally think every Masonic Lodge and every Masonic building should have a relationship with their local historical society and with their local library as well. So yeah, some of those records from the 1800s could be very, very, a lot of people would probably love those items. Not to keep, but to look at. And I bet you as well, your community probably has a historical society that has information about Freemasonry. Like I recently went to the Glenview Historical Society, which had been last year, met with them. And this wasn't a Masonic organization, this was just a local historical society. But they had a ton of papers and documents related to Freemasonry in the town of Glenview. Um, so Big C431, if I don't have any quote unquote Freemasonry merch, I do, however, have a ton of square and compass merchandise. You can see what it is by going to my Patreon. Um, Patreon.com/square and compass. If you go to patreon.com/square and compass, you can sign up for a Patreon membership anywhere from $3 a month up to $50 a month, and there's different merchandise that you can get from that signing up. So if you want merchandise and items, that's where you go. And, you know, everything from commemorative postcards to coins to pins, mugs. No clothing. No clothing, though. Um, so when people say Freemasonry does not mean anything to me or doesn't make any sense to me, my first answer is the old answer about religion, which is uh, to those who have it. So to those who don't have it, it doesn't make any sense. To those who have it, it doesn't have to make sense. But I think Freemasonry does actually make plenty of sense, and Freemasonry is not a religion, anyways, right? Freemasonry is a civic or community group that organized. Freemasonry is not Judaism for Gentiles. Freemasonry is a civic or community organization that was founded in the Middle Ages. It evolved from stonemason guilds in the 15th and 16th centuries and is primarily a civic or community group that expresses values including universal tolerance, respect for others, and civic engagement. It is also not Kabbalah witchcraft. It is none of those things, but please hit the like and subscribe button. Everything that developed, that's not a bad idea, Big C3. I mean, I've never really done any clothing. It's always been like things that are easily shippable or that can easily mail. Postcards are very popular. Pins, because they're easy to ship. The coolest thing I think I have is a scale model Masonic building. So, um, generic because it is oddly innocent. Not even oddly, it's just, I mean, innocent's a weird term to describe. It's just, it's no different than the elks, the moose. It's just been around longer, and in my opinion, best expresses the values of tolerance and the human desire to belong to something greater than oneself, which is something I love about it, like genuinely. I think that's the greatest strength of Freemasonry is the fact that it welcomes men of all different, and women for that matter, but men of all different faiths and backgrounds and beliefs, whether they be Christian, Muslim, Jewish, whatever their political beliefs are, however old or young they are. Well, you have to be at least 18 or 21, depending on the jurisdiction. However, they could be plumber, they could be a CEO, they could be unemployed. That stuff doesn't matter. It's to be a good man and true, as per 1723. I don't know, no Sage Meadow. I mean, I think tolerance is possible to generalize. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Well, to get a membership in this channel, a Patreon membership, you do have to pay. It's at least, and again, the cheapest you can do is you can say your own thing at like even $1 a month, or you can go up to the $50 a month range, or you can become a member on YouTube. You have to pay monthly for that as well. Or you can join Patreon for free. But if you join the Patreon for free, you do get access to certain benefits, member exclusive polls, things like that, but you don't get any merchandise. For the merchandise, you got to pay for a membership. You can even do a one-time payment, picking whatever level you want. If you're asking how to become a member of a Masonic lodge, there are dues and there are usually one-time initiation fees. Okay, Okay, so that's true. I mean, there is going to be a limit of tolerance in terms of one's actions, especially, right? Um, but I think so. That's why in Freemasonry they don't say they tolerate anything. They say, they will tolerate different beliefs and different religions so long as the baseline is being a good man and true and being honorable, right? And so because of that, like that's the most important thing to keep in mind, right? When I say Freemasonry is about universal tolerance, which it absolutely is, it's universal tolerance with the baseline, and this is coming directly from the Anderson Constitutions of 1723. The baseline is to be a good man and true, and to be honorable. So I'm still working on the gang signs. I don't know any myself. You, Sama, well, if you are an ICE agent watching me, you should at least hit the like and subscribe button. By the way, let me know, KY, have any of the things I've said so far given you any ideas, any thoughts, anything you want to maybe bring forward in your lodge? Well, Big C, I appreciate that very much. Light free. Why is it pointless, the weights experience? That's a weird thing to say. I don't know what you mean by that. What I do know is one thing that is definitely not pointless is one's bodily functions, particularly going to the washroom, which I really have to do right now. So, this is my co-host. Please be nice to him because I have to go to the washroom like crazy. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Nobody caused any trouble. But then I'm going to get to your question because I think it's a very valid statement. Freemasonry is not pointless, or you could argue it is pointless, but that's the point. I'll tell you what I mean by that in 2 seconds. But boy, do I have to go to the washroom. Okay, I made it back. So, yes, we're almost at 30 likes. We're 2 away. So, somebody said above, thank you, my moose is awesome. Freemasonry is pointless. That's the thing I wanted to say and talk about because I think it's a really interesting idea. What does it mean for something to be pointless, right? Ultimately, Is there any point to me listening to my favorite song? The answer is yes. I love my favorite song, and that's good enough. Does it make me rich? No. You know, um, does it make me famous? No. Does it like it's ultimately because I love it. Now, by all means, you may not enjoy Freemasonry. You may find it not enjoyable, in which case it absolutely would be pointless for you to be a Freemason if it's not something that speaks to you. And when I say enjoyment, I don't mean everything, is super exciting and super happy and you're always having fun. What I mean is, even on those days that it's hard to be a Freemason, there's still something about you that loves to do it. In the same way, there are some people, like for me, I took, um, when I was a kid, I went to music practice. Um, I took piano lessons. I never enjoyed it. Um, I could never like motivate myself to practice. I never really cared or enjoyed it that much. There were a lot of people I knew who took music lessons who, even if they found practice boring, they still did it because they still loved, they loved being a musician. There was something in them that loved it. The point of Freemasonry is not found in Freemasonry. The point of Freemasonry is found in the relationship between the Mason and Freemasonry. It's found in the fact that I love it. And because I love it, it has a point. And the point is it's something I love. That's enough. What is the point of listening to my favorite song? I love it. You don't have to, you may say listening to that song is pointless, and you're right, because you don't enjoy it. I love Freemasonry, and that's good enough. That's a good enough point for me, right? So when you say Freemasonry is pointless for you because you don't enjoy it, which is perfectly fine. But that doesn't mean that it's pointless for everybody. Um, Dillis 9511, please hit like and subscribe. I do not know what you mean by the gay identity. Everybody should be comfortable with their identity, I suppose. Triple H, I'll take it. No one's ever said I look like Triple H. He's a very handsome fella. Please hit like and subscribe. As noted above, we're 2 likes away from 30 likes. Please also consider a super chat. It's 99 cents. I'd really, really appreciate it very much. You look like if I do not know what Mr. Proper is, but okay. And so, yeah, for KY. But again, so here's the thing, KY. And this is something that has, I never knew how to answer this in the past. Because somebody may say, you can help others and find outlets to help others in many different outlets. Why be a Freemason? And they're right. You could help others by volunteering at your local church. You could help others by volunteering at a food bank. You could help others by just shoveling your neighbor's driveway. You could do all of those things and not be a Freemason, right? At the end of the day, I don't want to speak for you, but I think you're like me in that at the end of the day, it's because we love it, right? That's the reason to do anything. That's the point to anything. It's because you love it. Even if you don't like it every single day, and there's been many times when I absolutely have not liked Freemasonry because the meeting was boring or a pain in the butt or a decision is made with which I don't agree. I've never not loved it, right? And that's the difference. You know what? I've never met a satanic Freemason. I met one who I once met a Satanist who said, he was interested in joining Freemasonry, and after I spoke to him about what Freemasonry is and what it is all about, he decided he did not want to join because he said Freemasonry and Satanism are incompatible based on my explanation of it to him. So there you go. Um, there is no secrets. The secret is trying to make the world a better place through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. A pain in the butt? Asked John. Well, KY just gave a great example. You got an outdoor event, maybe you're taking part in a parade or a public thing or who knows what, and it's 1,000,000 degrees in July and you're still out there sweating your butt off. for it. I remember I took part in a public event in in July of last year, on the hottest day of the year in Windsor. It was over 100 degrees. It was so hot. The equipment we had in our tent kept on overheating. It was brutal, and I got a massive sunburn. Like, it was painful. But I still loved Freemasonry, and I didn't stop the very significant pain in the butt and the discomfort stop me from coming out again. Or, I've said, what is Freemason's biggest opponent? It's how comfortable the couch is after a day at work. There's been so many times when I've been sitting on that couch thinking to myself, like, do I really want to get up, put on a suit and tie, go outside, it's cold, get to the Masonic Lodge, not get as many hours of sleep as I would otherwise? You still go. You still go because you love it. Um, there's a lot of numbers coming here, none of which I understand what they mean, but okay. Welcome. We are not deceitful, nor are we very deceitful. Smelter Skelter. I think you must be new to this stream because I don't recognize your name. Please take a moment to hit the like and subscribe button. Yes, you can be a Freemason and a Catholic. I've known many Catholic Freemasons. Now, the Catholic Church will say different, but that's on the Catholic Church side of things. On the Masonic side of things, again, I've known many members who are Catholic and Freemasons. I would definitely say that's not true either, Dillis. I mean, I'll tell you this, in the tent I was in over the summer, it was brutal. Like, the outside temperature was 100 degrees. I have no idea what the inside temperature was. I got a massive, sunburn. Thank God I remembered to bring water. Um, well, I mean, I can speak. Your church, sorry, your lodge is one thing, but I can say most of the church, in my experience, are not Freemasons. I certainly not once you get to the higher level of bishops and cardinals and things. Some are, I'm sure. Um, I don't believe I'm free from sin, the way it's experienced. That is not something that Freemasonry has ever taught. Um, we don't have a Bible. We have the volume of the sacred law, which could be a Bible, it could be a Quran, it could be a Torah, it could be an eagle feather. I've seen those used. I've even heard of rocks or stones being used as a totem for the Wiccan faith, Wiccan. Um, as KY says, he got the help from his brothers after his wife passed away. That emotional support is incredibly valuable and something that Freemasonry provides. Oh, I was soaked, John. I will never forget that day. I was peeling the clothes off of my. It was a lot. It was a lot. Um, so does the Eye of Ra, and so does the Eye of Providence. Um, Somebody asked something above, and I was mentioning it, and I forget what it was. Who funds the building of a new lodge? It all depends on kind of it's situational. Usually the membership themselves will fund a new lodge, right? They'll usually, if they need a new building, they'll usually rely on their dues. Um, uh, so, for example, they'll have their dues payments every year. A certain percentage of that will be set aside, either to pay for the building they currently have and any costs associated with that building, or for new buildings. Look at the symbolism. So there is not a satanic component to it. You are referring to, I think you're referring to Hiram Abiff, but there is not a satanic component to Freemasons. Um, Freemasonry is not a religion of any sort. I mean, I don't know any new buildings that are being formed at the moment, so I cannot help you with that. Skelter, though, thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. All right, well, let's give it a bit of time. Let's see who else jumps in the chat to say hello. Um, we got the trolls coming back, but that's okay. That's part of it. That's part of being on these streams is you have to deal with trolls. Well, that may be a satanic commandment. It may not be. I have no idea what the satanic commandments are because Freemasonry is not satanic. It's neither a cult nor is it a gang. Um, People freak out about a lot of different things. Cody Castell, how much does it cost to be a Freemason? It depends. There's no set cost. Every Masonic lodge sets the costs themselves, and that's based on how expensive it is to operate their Masonic lodge. So, for example, if you're if you find yourself in, let's say, New York City, my guess is it's going to be a little bit more expensive than if you find yourself in, let's say, like small town Tennessee or something, right? Because real estate's less expensive, buildings, rents are less expensive. I can say I'm a member of 5 Masonic lodges, one in Israel, one in Texas, 3 in Canada. My cheapest dues I pay are $25 per year. The most expensive dues I pay are $250 per year. So we do not worship Lucifer either knowingly or unknowingly. Freemasonry is not a religion, so worship is not part of it. Um, you can have a shrine to whomever you want on your wall. That doesn't mean you're a Freemason. Um, you can pray to whomever you want as well. Doesn't make you a Freemason. Um, Zara, to believe in God is, I mean, to be a Freemason, you must believe in a supreme being. The nature of that supreme being is up to each individual Mason. We have Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Hindu, Sikh, Indigenous, Freemasons. Um, I've known some Wiccan, Wiccan Freemasons. Um, and so, yeah, I mean, again, this channel is not here to encourage people to join Freemasonry or not. It's to talk about why I love Freemasonry and to hope others, will find my discussions enjoyable and to turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. Having said all of that, everybody can decide for themselves what they think of Freemasonry. I'm just giving you my experience based on 20 years of being a Freemason, over 1,000 meetings attended, over 1,000 meetings attended all around the world. And yeah, you can be a Muslim and a Mason. I know many Muslim Freemasons. Um, well, I mean, again, Freemasonry is not a faith. I would say you need a crew to be a human, to be alive. It's very hard for humans to exist completely isolated. In terms of your faith and what you believe, that's a whole other can of tuna. I am a Mason, like I said, 20 years. Why do you need to join ASAP? I'd be very hesitant about anybody who came to the lodge and said they need to join Freemasonry ASAP. I'd be concerned as to what it is that they need to join ASAP for. Freemasonry is not an ASAP process. I've never heard that expression before. Freemasonry takes time, right? It takes a lot of time. So if you want to join Freemasonry, it takes a bit of time. You get an application, you get to know the guys, you get sponsored. You can start the process as soon as possible by going and knocking on your Masonic lodge, your local Masonic lodge, and expressing your interest in joining. But if you are wanting to become a Mason ASAP, they're really pushing back against that. It takes your time, and you should take your time. You should want to take your time with it, and just trust the process. I'm sorry that you are. We are not deceitful. We don't have any secrets. We have private information. And we do not put anybody or fast track anybody within influential positions of power. I mean, I suppose in fairness, there have been times where Masons have been made Masons on site. President Taft, Shaquille O'Neal, um, maybe even Joe Biden, though it depends on how you view that. Either way, though, 99.999% of the time, it's not about influence or power. It's just you go through the process. And if you're a good man and true, and you believe in a supreme being, and you're of the correct age, then you go through the process. But take your time. Like, be happy to take your time within Freemasonry. One of the biggest mistakes we make is trying to rush the process. We are not pushing for the New World Order. Um, we do not do any sacrifices of humans or animals. And no, big C431, we do not. As you should, KY. I don't think there's anything wrong with taking 6 months to join and over a year to become a worship master mason. Right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. Um, I think we in Freemasonry, for a time, were so dedicated to getting people into the lodge that we really rushed the process. And I think it was unfortunate, right? We didn't give guys enough time to get to know us or us to get to know them. It was almost like you knock on the door, you express an interest in joining, and then, 3 hours later, you've got a couple of sponsors, and then 3 weeks later, they vote on you, and then a month later, you're in, which really isn't fair to anybody. It's not fair to the lodge, and it's not fair to the membership either. So it's not fair to the lodge, and it's not fair to the person. Both of whom should get the time to get to know everybody. And is Freemasonry right for me? So, um, I will not be in trouble for talking about this. I've been talking about this for 5 years. I've been doing these streams regularly for a year. Well, Freemasons don't lie. It's not that I mean, I'm sure some do, I guess. It's not that we're not allowed to lie, but we're supposed to be good men and true. So the implication of that is lying would make you not a good man and not true. So Freemasons shouldn't be lying. We're human beings. We always fall short and stray, but I can at least say for myself on this channel, I always do my best to make sure I don't lie. I can be wrong, and heaven knows I've been wrong many times in my life, but I do my best to never lie, either to myself or others. No, we do not, JG. We do not use paddles on anyone at any point. I do not have any secondary jobs. I'd love to make some more money, but you don't get any secondary jobs. Um, there's a lot of, I mean, when I say there's a lot, there used to be Masons in Hollywood, a lot of them, not as many anymore. There's still a lot of Masonic buildings in Hollywood, California. Um, Tell them about letting us worship Rando, BC. Well, Freemasonry, I mean, it's not so much that it lets you worship, it's part of who you are before you come in. So, again, if you're a Christian Freemason, then you would worship, at church. If you're Muslim, at the mosque. Jewish, at the synagogue. If you're indigenous, you may worship in like a sharing circle or at your centers, right? It's Freemasonry occupies a different space from worship, right? Worship occupies a religious space. And certainly when it comes to worship, there is absolutely this idea that you should be not just free to, but you should, be supported in your worship. But it's not what Freemasonry is for. Uh, as it should be. I think we should go to many dinners and talk to many Masons and brothers before you join. I don't know if you're crazy, Zara, but you definitely got some very strange ideas. We are not waiting for anyone, chosen or otherwise. I don't think Albert Einstein was a Freemason. I could be mistaken, but I don't believe that's the case. No, JG, we do not. But we are not worshiping anything ourselves. Freemasonry is not about worshiping anything. because it's not a religion. It's a civic group or community group. Again, I've known Masons who worship, but that's based on their own personal faith. They're not worshiping anything Masonic, right? If anybody told me that they worship Freemasonry, I would suggest that they need to reconsider their membership, because they're getting what Freemasonry is confused with what anything, with what other things are. Now, you can use that term worship in a colloquial sense, I suppose, in the same way I could say I worship coffee, and I do, because I love coffee, but that's not the same thing as being, worship in a religious sense. I think Walt Disney might have been a Freemason, actually. I don't know for sure, but I think I heard that. I am a third degree Master Mason, which is the highest degree in Freemasonry. I am also a 18th degree Scottish Rite. So, I don't speak specifically about rituals and what we do and don't do. What I will say is there's a great deal of value, and many organizations do it, in being reminded of our own mortality. And sometimes that can be a very powerful lesson, instructing moral lesson in things like being grateful for our lives, encouraging us to take advantage of our life and not wait too long, being grateful for the relationships we have. The knowledge that we are going to die is actually a very important part of Freemasonry, but it's also a very important part of many other groups. Ernest Becker talks a lot about this stuff, so he's worth exploring. We do not handle government. No, we do not. I've never been strip searched. I will say, I do believe that one of the best things about Freemasonry, and I think this should be a rule, it's not though. I've seen so many cell phones in lodge. I think we should actually be required to not bring cell phones into lodge. Like, one of the things that I spend so much time online. It's crazy how much time I spend online and on social media. One of the things I'm most proud of is those 2-3 hours in a Masonic Lodge meeting. It's one of the few times I don't have my phone on me. I'm not checking it, which is a really good thing, by the way. It's something that we need to be doing more of in society, is not spending so much time on our phones. And usually, unless there's a Masonic meeting, I will find myself on my phone. So I'm proud of that. But I've seen so many cell phones in a Masonic Lodge. I do not know what the little word is to which you refer, but my ring is over in the corner. Actually, I said I'd show it off on the stream at some point. I got it from my father. Yeah, I leave mine outside too. It's something I make a conscious effort to do. Like, I'm choosing to do that. Um, Well, there is no New World Order. At least the Masons have nothing to do with it. I've never once heard any Mason talk about creating or running a New World Order. I would not be interested in creating a New World Order. I feel like it'd be a pain in the butt. Like, do you know how much of a pain in the ass it would be to actually try to start a New World Order? Um, Freemasons neither claim to be big nor bad, but we do try our best to be good. Um, Zara, you don't have to stick around. You can come and go as you please. By the way, everybody who's just joining us, please take a moment to hit the like and subscribe button. Share this stream with others. Whatever you think of Freemasonry, you can stick around. It's fine. The Ukraine mission, times are tough. Please hit like and subscribe. So far, well, Zara, hit the like and subscribe button as well. I don't have any robes. I'm at my house, and why would I be wearing robes? We've talked so far. We've done some breathing and mindfulness exercises and mental health discussions regarding Bell Let's Talk. We've also talked about ways to grow Freemasonry, specifically the relevance of Freemasonry. Next thing we're going to talk about is Masonic history, but that's going to be coming in a little while. This is a 24-hour content marathon, producing content across a variety of channels and a variety of streams. I do not wear any underwear for any meeting. How about that? Albert Pike is not my daddy. I find Albert Pike a pain in the butt. Every Mason, I swear, thinks, every non-Mason reads Albert Pike and suddenly thinks they know everything about Freemasonry. It's very annoying. We do also not get spanked. Very sorry to disappoint you. I don't know if that's something you fantasize about, but we do not get spanked. Sorry, you're looking at too much nonsense online. Our aprons aren't that small. Our aprons are pretty big. I mean, Freemasonry is not a Jewish organization, but yeah, our aprons are big enough. I mean, I've known Wiccan Freemasons, right? Because they believe in a supreme being, to my knowledge. I said there's no spanking, despite what some people on the stream are saying. Not everything. And the thing to keep in mind, Dillis, is first of all, the reason why I choose to maintain the privacy of some things, amongst other reasons, is because, it's a reflection on me. Other people can do what they want if they choose to, what's the word I'm looking for? Choose to reveal the secrets to the light. So be it. I can't stop them. It's not my place to tell them what to do. I choose to do it because it's important to me. And I've talked about the reasons it's important to me a million times in the past, so I don't want to go over it again. I don't want to chew my food twice. But yeah, it's one of those things where I have my reasons for doing things, for keeping things private, because I think it's important. And just because you see something online that proclaims to express the secrets doesn't mean it's accurate. You need to keep that in mind. And that is not true. Skull and Bones is a fraternity out of Yale. Bohemian Grove, I don't even know what that is. That's a place, I think, right? So, okay, it's a place. Masonry is completely separate from both of those organizations. The Shriners are Masons. To be a Shriner, you must first be a Mason. We're at 30 likes, Big C. We're at 32. Now the question is, how can I do on my super chat? Consider doing a 99-cent super chat. No. Well, so JG, I'm going to actually answer your question a little bit seriously. No, Freemasonry cannot fix your hunched back. However, Freemasons do a ton of charitable work, including charitable work with hospitals. So it may be that a Masonic Lodge is currently donating to a hospital that is currently supporting, research on how to deal with bone issues, bone deformities, things like that. We do allow the differentiation. I mean, that's been ours from the start. Freemasonry is not stonemasonry. Freemasonry evolved from stonemasonry. Freemasonry evolved from stonemason guilds, but stonemasonry is a profession. Freemasonry is a social club or a social group. 3777, would you hit the like and subscribe button? You can report me to whomever you want. Everybody knows I do this anyways. I suppose you report to YouTube. It does not, 3777. Hit the like and subscribe button. There's usually not volunteering at a Masonic Lodge per se. However, some Masonic Lodges will have different types of programs and services that you can volunteer at. Like some Masonic Lodges, they run food banks out of them, or they run, some are shelters, some are actually storm shelters in the community. Sometimes the government will put on an event there, like the city will hold like a police auction and they need volunteers. Sometimes they'll start parades there. Some of them even have schools, learning centers. So I would check to see if there's anything that the Masonic building has related to that. If they don't, I mean, you can ask them, like knock on the door and say, can I volunteer to help? They would need help with things like landscaping and cleaning, but it's rare that volunteers do that. Primarily that will be done by Masons themselves. All right, 377. I'm going to have to put you in timeout in a second if you keep saying the same thing. No idea. I'm not a stonemason. Um, Welcome, Mitchell80. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. I really want to visit a Masonic Lodge in Maine. I've never been there, but I love Stephen King and I love Freemasonry. I think it'd be so fun to visit a lodge there. How's it going? So far, we have talked about breathing exercises, how mental health, how Freemasonry can support mental health and mindfulness. We've also talked about ways that Freemasonry can grow, specifically ways that it can grow its relevance, and in doing so, grow its membership. We got a few people on the stream right now who have some very negative views of Freemasonry. Hopefully, I'm doing a good job explaining to them why they're incorrect, though whether they choose to believe me or not is a whole different can of tuna. You don't want to think about Freemasonry in terms of rank. Not a good way to think of it. Um, it's not the way I would think about Freemasonry, right? The way you want to think about Freemasonry is in terms of offices and in terms of degrees. I have no interest in outranking anybody. If I become a worshipful master, which is the highest office I can have, then I will get there based on a desire to help the lodge and to help Freemasonry, not based on a desire to not based on any desire to outrank a fellow brother, right? That's not what it's about. It's about service. I don't know what was I led after a death. I mean, I joined Freemasonry. Like people have died in my life. None, I mean some, but I don't know what that means by that. I will say again, within Freemasonry, certainly there's this idea of contemplating our mortality, which is a very good thing, by the way. I think more people would probably find a better life, or at least a more peaceful, fulfilling life, if they were more willing to contemplate their mortality a little bit, because it's important to keep it in mind. Maybe it helps us motivate a little bit. Oh my gosh, we got a lot of questions I missed as I was talking. All right, hold on just 1 second. Um, so, I mean, any real lodge is not going to let you join for. Stephen King is not a Freemason, to my knowledge, and any lodge will not let you join for $6. All right, we're gonna have to put this fella in a timeout for just 1 second. For 5 minutes, get rid of him talking about poop in the chat. Um, I mean, Freemasonry, it's not about money and having money, how expensive or cheap it is. Um, to the extent that there are dues and initiation fees, the reason for those things is because the lodge has expenses associated with it, right? And so, because the lodge has expenses, it's self-funded. It relies on dues to pay for everything from the rent or electricity or costs of the building in which it operates and meets, to the refreshments it has before or after meetings. But I've never seen one be for $6. Having said that, if you go to join a Masonic lodge and the first thing they ask you for or about is money, it's probably a scam, almost certainly a scam. There's a million things they need to look at before you look at how much money it is. Some lodges have public restrooms. Most do not, but some do, especially if there's a section of it that's open to the public, like UGLE, for example, United Grand Lodge of England. Here's the thing, though. All of the secrets are on the internet, but also a lot of baloney is on the internet as well. And if you're not a Freemason, you're not going to know which is which. Well, there are no ranks, there are offices. And offices, I mean, you need offices in any organization. You need people who have different responsibilities and can kind of make decisions as to how to proceed. So that's just kind of part of, oops, whoa, there we go. Sorry about that. That's just part of how any organization is going to operate, for better or worse. There's a difference between being responsible for a lodge and outranking anybody else. That's a silly way to look at it, right? Like, the it's a very different thing, right? At the end of the day, we're all brothers. Abracadabra. I do not know what 666 in Radina is. I am a third degree Mason, which is the highest degree in Freemasonry. I am also a um, I am also I am a third degree Master Mason. I'm also currently the Worshipful Master of Border Cities Lodge number 554. Um, Well, a lot of people love numbers. I mean, Freemasonry evolved from stonemasonry. Geometry was incredibly important to stonemasons. A big part of stonemasonry is numbers, is geometry. You had to be able to be really good at understanding numbers and how it works. Um, no, nobody asked for blood sacrifice before joining. You can join Skull and Bones if you want, says Gregory. I do not view myself as a modern day Templar. I do not know what a Exodia card means. We have membership cards. Well, yeah, so that's an example of a rank that KY mentions. He's responsible for, as the Tyler, which is a great job. It's my favorite. He's responsible to make sure people are acting appropriately within Freemasonry. Or he's responsible to make sure that anybody who's not a Freemason, who's interested in Freemasonry, gets the information they need, but does not join a private meeting until they're actually a Freemason. And if anybody's not a Freemason and just wants to cause trouble, he contacts the authorities, the police. You may. I have family members of my own as well, but I'm also a Freemason. You shouldn't rely on anybody. You should know with your own two eyes what Freemasonry is. Um, well, why is You're Nothing Buddy still poor? Why does being poor or rich impact whether I am nothing or something, right? There's way more to who somebody is than how rich or poor they are, right? That's a very silly way to approach it. One of the greatest things about Freemasonry is it values the man. It doesn't value the money he has or doesn't have. Um, 33, I mean, 33 in a Masonic context usually refers to the 33rd degree, which is an honorific degree or an invitational degree within Freemasonry, within Scottish Rite in particular. It's a very small part of what Freemasonry is. Um, Freemasonry is not always going to deceive. I mean, how long have I been a Freemason? I've been a Freemason for 20 years, just about. I joined in 2007. So it's crazy to think it's been that long, 20 years. Um, I've never met any satanic Freemasons. There are no ties to my knowledge between Freemasonry and Satanism. Can a homeless, I mean, in theory, a homeless person could join Freemasonry. However, I would be concerned if a homeless person did, like, was applied. To be a Freemason, there are dues. They can sometimes be forgiven or ignored, but you have to come to meetings regularly. Like, would he have his life is probably pretty chaotic. Being homeless, it's a very challenging life to live. Would he have the ability to, for example, show up to lodge meetings, be part of Freemasonry? I would say he should probably focus more on trying to, get his immediate needs met. Maybe the Masonic Lodge could help him, give him some assistance to find a place to live, things like that. But focus on getting his life kind of into some type of order and then join Freemasonry, in my opinion. Um, we do not have blood magic in Freemasonry. CEO of my time, I don't know what you mean by jump lodges. If you mean affiliate, then you can, and many lodges do it, which is, I've done it. I joined Windsor Lodge 403, then I joined Border Cities Lodge 554, then I joined uh, Harmony 579, a lodge in Israel, a lodge in Texas. So you can join any other lodges you want. You can also visit. That's one of the greatest things about Freemasonry. You can join a lodge in Canada, and then you can, like me, visit lodges in, Rio de Janeiro, Bogota, Colombia, Texas, Illinois, the Philippines, London, Scotland. It's one of the coolest things about being a Freemason is the fact that you can travel. Israel, Ghana, wherever it might be. Welcome, Gareth. Good to see you again. Thanks for being here. I don't regularly attend it. It's an affiliate lodge. Basically, it was created just for people to be able to say that they were part of a lodge in Israel. So I get their newsletter regularly and their correspondence, but I'd love to visit it at some point. It's on my list, but haven't had the chance to yet, sadly. I would like to visit New York. I mean, one of the greatest things within Freemasonry is, look, if um, if you want to get the most out of Freemasonry that you can, visitation is a critical way to do that. It's not to say it's the one way to get a lot out of Freemasonry, but believe me, it's a very valuable way to get a lot out of Freemasonry. So you should do so if you can. And by the way, Freemasonry is not, the thing about Freemasonry is travel and visitation doesn't have to mean leaving your country. It doesn't mean leaving your city. It doesn't even have to mean leaving your community. Like here in Windsor, we have Masonic lodges that meet 7 days a week. So on Thursday, I can visit. So on, Wednesday, I can travel and go to a different Masonic lodge that meets the same night of the week. I can travel to a lodge, even though it's in my city, in my community, in the place I usually meet. It's not my lodge. It's meeting on a different night of the week and it's under a different name. That's visitation. That's travel. A lot of people think to travel as a Freemason, you need to be willing to jump on a plane and travel around the world, and that's not the case. You can absolutely travel without leaving your city, just by going to a different lodge. And if there is just one Masonic lodge that meets in your city, and it's impossible to get, to one outside of it, there's stuff you can do virtually as well. There's a lot of Masonic lodges and bodies that are now holding virtual meetings. But as KY says, he has a dozen or more lodges all within 40 miles of him. So just keep that in mind, right? And one thing I recently did, I just got to plug my phone in. I was in Chicago, and I made it a point to visit 3 Masonic lodges, all of which met on the same day, but met in different locations. And that was something that I took a lot of pride in. And I did it completely through or with social media, with public transit, right? So I was really proud of that because I didn't have a car, and I demonstrated that I could travel and visit 3 different Masonic buildings, 3 different Masonic lodges, all within one day, all using public transit for a grand total of $7 US. in terms of bus fare and public transit fare. So you need to keep in mind and remember that travel is always possible in a variety of different ways. No, the most powerful Freemasonry is not about power, so that's not how it works. The most powerful Masons are not in Niagara. Freemasonry is not about power. I love Canadian lodges. I love Canada. Canadian lodges are awesome. No, you can be a Freemason anywhere, not just in Italy. That's very silly. 9511. Oh, there are a lot of daylight lodges. I went to a daylight lodge in Chicago. Daylight lodges are wonderful. They are a really valid and really valuable part of Freemasonry. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of them have been dying out, which is really unfortunate to see. So, um, because daylight lodges, they were created for people doing shift work or who had more unusual schedules. They weren't 9 to 5ing it. But unfortunately, I do think in a lot of times these daylight lodges are struggling, which is true for a lot of Masonic lodges, daylight or otherwise. Um, I've never been to a midnight meeting. I wouldn't be shocked if there were, to be honest. It'd be kind of fun, but I mean, most guys are not going to want to come to a midnight meeting, especially if they're busy with work, right? You don't need an invite to join. Freemasonry is the opposite. It's not about being invited. It's about you have to choose. You have to make the first steps. You have to be the one to go knock on the door and express your interest. Um, Many Masonic lodges are struggling. That's why one of the discussions I talked about was the idea of, growing Freemasonry, including growing its relevance. We don't make new guys wash dishes. However, the Polish drunk, please hit like and subscribe. If they wanted to wash dishes, then hey, more power to them. It's a good way to demonstrate your love of the lodge and Freemasonry. I mean, I've always said you can learn as much about Freemasonry and as much about the value of Freemasonry from, you know, you can learn as much about the value of Freemasonry from cleaning up the lodge and staying late and washing dishes after a banquet as you do from learning the ritual. In fact, um, there's a ton you can learn from that stuff. So keep that in mind. Don't be afraid of the grunt work, if you want to call it that. Don't be afraid to stay late after lodge. How many dishes? No amount of dishes will rank you up, but I'm still telling you it is, again, being a Freemason, yes, knowing the ritual and the ceremonies is important. Knowing about, the ancients versus the moderns is important. Blah, blah, blah. However, and I mean, I shouldn't say blah, blah, blah. I'm not implying that that stuff doesn't matter. It absolutely does. It's incredibly valuable. However, it is one part of what it means to be a Freemason. And again, if you don't have a clean lodge room, a clean Masonic building, that's not going to help Freemasonry grow. If you don't have someone cutting the grass, if you don't have someone, if you don't have someone cutting the grass, if you don't have someone, doing the gardening, cleaning the dishes, taking out the trash, all of that stuff, if you don't have people doing it, it affects Freemasonry just as much in a negative sense as not knowing your ritual. So you can call it low man work if you want, like they do on Yellowstone. Call it whatever you want. It's really important and it really matters and it's relevant and you guys need to be paying attention to it. I always tell new guys you can learn just as much from coming in early and vacuuming the carpets in a Masonic lodge as you can from reading Mackey's Encyclopedia on Freemasonry. Um, Hello, Dad. Welcome back. How was the Legion? I hope it was a lot of fun. I'm sure it was good times. Honestly, CEO, I have heard of that happening in the past, um, where some members actually lived at the Masonic Lodge building. They lived in like an apartment upstairs, and they were like live-in caretakers, or they would live away from the lodge, but they would come in every day and do all the work, again, like vacuuming, cleaning, and then in exchange for that, they would not pay any dues. So that has happened in the past. It's happening a lot less nowadays than in the past. Um, hey, if somebody wanted to infiltrate the lodge but decided to vacuum, I would not complain about that at all. At least they're vacuuming. Well, Chris, you're right. If you find Freemasonry boring, then it's boring, right? Freemasonry is not for everyone. I love it even when it's boring. I still love it, but that's me. If you don't enjoy Freemasonry, then there's nothing wrong with that either. But we do need to start getting some younger people in. Freemasons have no plans. Usually, we don't even know what we want for dinner. So there you go. You know, you need to keep that in mind. Um, if you are just joining us, please don't forget, take a moment to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a great day. We're doing our 24-hour content marathon. We started on this YouTube channel, and we're going to continue on this YouTube channel for a while. But eventually, we're going to be switching over to a different venues. So pay attention for that. I'm also on X right now, on a space. You're going to find me there. Thank you, KY. Come and go as you please. Maybe you can find me again. Thank you, as always, for being here. Um, I mean, Donald, I do eat meat personally, but I've actually grown to be a fan of vegan food. I've been trying lately to eat more vegan food, or have more meals that are vegan in like at least once or twice a week, because I just need to eat more vegetables in general. Honestly, nothing. I don't know how they could infiltrate our lodge. Like I don't know what infiltrate means. Um, if I found out, for example, they visited and pretended to be a Mason and made it into the meeting and they weren't a Mason, I mean, there's nothing you could do. I'd be disappointed. That's about it. What more could you do? I would be disappointed, and so be it. Well, we don't want to have any kids. Freemasonry is for adults. You need to be at least 21 years of age in Ontario. In the States, very often 18 or 21, but it's for adults. Now, there is youth groups, Masonic youth groups. There's DMOLA, which is for young boys aged, if I recall correctly, 9 to 21, though I could have those ages mixed up. And there's Rainbow, which is for young girls. But those are Masonic youth groups. That's not the same thing as being a Mason. Um, Crank, I would still be annoyed. Although at that point, if they were staying for years, like I don't know what they're doing. That'd be weird to go, to be a Mason for years and not do anything and then just decide to record a ritual. It would strike me as um, something's going on with them on like a personal level that they're not doing well. I don't know. I find that very strange. I mean, I don't think I'm happy now. I am happy now. Whether I remain happy forever, I have no idea. There'll be good times and bad times in life, right? That's just the nature of being here. But I find if you are happy in the moment, you should be grateful for that happiness because happiness is a gift. Um, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what that would mean to infiltrate us within Freemasonry. That sounds very silly to me. That sounds like a very silly kind of like you want to join, just join. Like go through the application process, fill out your application form, and go from there. The idea of infiltrating, it seems like a very silly thing to say from somebody who doesn't really understand what Freemasonry is. There'd be no consequences. I mean, you'd be suspended from Freemasonry. That'd be about it. Dillis, you need to calm down or you're going to find yourself in timeout a little bit. You need to relax a bit over here. We do not run the world. Freemasonry couldn't run the world for a variety of reasons. The main one being we are decentralized. There is no single Masonic governing body that controls everything. That's not how it operates. So you need to keep that in mind. Not all Freemasons are old, although the numbers are creeping up, Dad, unfortunately. We're getting to a point where the number of Freemasons, like the average age of the Masons, is getting a lot older. Um, all right, Dale, let's gonna put you in timeout because you just keep saying the same stuff and it's all a bunch of baloney. So let's put you in timeout for a little bit. Let's go. Nothing's wrong with being a janitor. What's wrong with being a janitor? Honestly, like I said, you can learn more from cleaning up the Masonic Lodge after an event and doing the dishes than you can from reading, reading Contemplative Freemasonry or something. There's a value in service. Michael Collins, we were talking about Freemasonry. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. Earlier, we were talking about Freemasonry. We were talking about breathing exercises and mindfulness techniques. Then we talked about ways to grow Freemasonry. So yeah. Um, there's no such thing as a Mason job. There's just jobs. We are not Heather Stone. Heather Stone, please hit like and subscribe. We are not secretly Satanists. We're not Satanists nor secretly Satanists. That's not what Freemasonry is about. Freemasonry is not a religion of any sort. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. I would very much appreciate it. I hope everybody's doing well. We are part of a 24-hour content marathon. And we are at 3,331 subs. So thank you all for that. I greatly, greatly appreciated it. Smelter, you're a foolish person. So, I mean, I guess this would be a pro Freemasonry channel. I mean, I'm a Freemason. I've been a Freemason for 20 years. Um, and I'm proud of it. I've been to thousands of Masonic meetings around the world. What I'd say is this is not so much a pro or anti-Masonic channel. This channel is just about me and my love of Freemasonry and talking about why I love it. And if that encourages others to potentially join, all the better. If not, that's okay too. Um, all right, so Freemasonry is not for business owners or anything like that. Many people join who are not themselves, like you can be a business owner, you can be a janitor, you can be anything in between. Right? We have many people who join of many different backgrounds and many different beliefs, many different professions, many different ethnicities. It does not discriminate based on any of those things, including, whether one is a business owner or not. So Michael Collins, I mean, if you're interested in joining Freemasonry, Michael, what I would suggest is, the old statement, to be one, ask one. Go approach the lodge, express your interest in joining, express your interest in Freemasonry, and go from there. But it is not exclusive to business owners, and Freemasonry is not exclusive to any profession. Um, That's one of the uh, the best parts of Freemasonry is the fact that it's open to so many different people from so many different backgrounds. What do you actually do? Oh, that's the question that I've always struggled to answer. At its core, Freemasonry is a social group or a civic group. So what we do is we get together with one another. I mean, the way that um, a good way to think of it is like a very, a good way to think of it is like a very formalized guys' night out where you all get together at the same time, you hang out with one another. There's usually a very formalized structure to it, but at its core, it's about gathering and enjoying each other's company. There can be dinners, there can be banquets, there can be special events, things of that nature. Um, we do often do charity work as well. Every lodge will kind of have different charitable works they do. Sometimes their focus will be more internal on making sure that their Masonic brethren are doing okay. If a brother, for example, ends up in the hospital, they'll visit him in the hospital, they'll bring food to his wife or his family. Um, it's a civic or a social club, just a very formalized one. But again, that's the type of thing where go approach the Masonic Lodge and express your interest. We are not trying to dominate the world. Globalism is a political state, political idea. Freemasonry is not political. Welcome, Brother Courtney. Thank you for being here once again. I hope you're doing well. Interesting enough, the poll question got a lot of good answers. Or tax evasion. Sorry, Jackson Bennett. If anybody knows if this stream is glitching for you, please let me know. Brother Courtney, what did you answer in terms of the poll question? I am from Canada, born and raised in Winnipeg, currently live in Windsor. So, yeah, Canada, greatest country in the world. So far, I hope that my answers have made sense. Um, Michael Collins, did my answers make sense to you? We are spread out across the world, but there is no central organization governing Freemasonry, right? That's the point. The Grand Master in Ontario is of no higher or lower authority than the Grand Master in Texas. There is no single governing body in Freemasonry. Saying Freemasonry is spread over the world is like saying countries are spread over the world. Countries are spread over the world, but that doesn't mean they're all under a single governing body. Honestly, Cyanic 9, you're not completely wrong. A lot of Masons are nerds. It is a club, but it's not about religiously challenged or otherwise. Freemasonry is not a religion of any sort. Um, well, Freemasonry is not a cult for a variety of reasons. The two main ones being it does not expect or require a separation of membership from outside relationships. Freemasonry encourages you to put your family and your work first. A cult encourages you to put nothing first except the cult. And second, Freemasonry is democratic, cults are not. Um, Cyanic, please again hit that like and subscribe button. So, attendance. So, you said Freemasonry needs to most grow attendance. That's a really good answer. Nothing wrong with that. I wouldn't disagree with you at all. Getting more attendance is incredibly important. Taha27V, also please hit like and subscribe. I would very much appreciate it. Canada does not suck. I've said it a million times. We within Freemasonry need to be more respectful or need to love and support the communities we're from, the cities we're from, and the countries that we're from. And Canada is an absolutely amazing country. Um, Greatest in the world. It does. A healthy lodge is a well-attended lodge, Brother Courtney. That is 1000% the case. Uh, I've known many higher level Freemasons. They tell me the same thing as every other level Freemason. Sentinel Island, that sounds really cool. Um, I once again hope everybody is doing well and thank you all for being here as always. Again, 24-hour content marathon. I've been having a blast on YouTube. Pretty soon, though, we're going to be switching this. We're going to be taking a little bit of break, and then I'm going to be coming back on some other channels. And I'll let you know where they will be so you can find me. Because obviously, my hope is that you guys will be keeping with me for the 24 hours as I am producing content on a variety of platforms. I'm also on Twitter right now, if you guys can find me there. So, but we got 73 votes on that, which is crazy. Um, but yeah, let's give it a bit more time. Let's see who joins. Got to get this lighting a little bit better. I should turn on more lights in my apartment, for example. It's crazy to think how quickly it's gotten so dark. I didn't realize how dark it got until just now. All right, let's give it a bit more time. Let's see who all jumps in to say hello. By the way, you can also do a super chat. Just 99 cents helps out big time and would be very, very much, oops, gotta get myself in focus, would be very much appreciated. So consider doing a 99-cent super chat. I hope you guys have been enjoying my discussions. I hope it's brought up some good ideas. We will be talking about Masonic history, so don't worry, I'm going to be chatting about that as well. So you'll find it there, but that's going to come later on because we still got a lot of hours left. We are 4 hours and 25 minutes into this 24-hour content marathon. Well, I mean, Freemasonry, I don't think Canada would ever ban Freemasonry. I think the better question to ask CEO is how can we make sure that that never happens? And I think the most important thing is to remain as relevant and as visible in our communities as possible, right? If we in Freemasonry start to hide ourselves or act like we're separate from society or separate from the country or don't care about the country, we're asking to end up getting banned or getting, kicked out or whatever it is, pick your term. We need to always be reminding our people and our country that we love them and that we're part of them or part of it. And also, Canada does have the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which does protect, amongst other things, the rights to assembly and free speech. We may not have the First Amendment per se, but we do have the Charter. So we have an Oakes test that goes along with the Charter, but that's a whole different thing. So once again, if you are just joining, please take a moment to hit the like and subscribe button as part of this 24-hour content marathon. And I hope everybody is doing very well and having a great night. Hello, Shazada. Thank you for being here. I'm doing well. How are you doing? So I hope you enjoyed the discussion again on ways to grow Freemasonry. If you have any thoughts on it, let me know as well. Shazada, you are from Pakistan. Thank you for being here. Or Ali from Pakistan. I hope you'll hit that like button and that subscribe button. And it's great to have you join. Well, you're unbanned. You're not banned, but you were in timeout. I try not to ban people as much as possible, but it can happen if you're being annoying. So keep that in mind. 74 votes. Wonderful. Thank you for everybody who's taken part in the voting. And thank you for everybody who's taken part in this stream. It's been a great one thus far. And we're still just hanging out, waiting to see who else joins. Thank you, Christopher. I appreciate you subscribing to me. It's great to see things growing, including this channel. Roast, I just call you Roasted. Hit that like and subscribe button as well. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, please let me know. And we got 40 likes. I do not, because I'm not a Shriner. The Fez hats, those famous little hats, those belong to the Shrine. Shrine is a great part of Freemasonry. It's one of our appendant bodies. I've been to a bunch of Shrine meetings because they tend to have a lot of public meetings and celebrations as well. I mean, you don't have to get kicked out. You can just choose to leave Freemasonry. If you don't pay your dues, that's one way. You can get suspended. We would call it kicked out. if you were to commit a crime, like not a Masonic crime, just a crime, you can be kicked out of Freemasonry, certainly depending on the severity of the crime. Um, well, Hulk Hogan passed away and Eddie Guerrero passed away years ago. Two of the greats, two of the goats, absolutely incredible. So, um, yeah, two of the greatest of all time. I mean, I don't know what you mean by that, CEO. I mean, what one does with their money is up to them. Freemasonry has no say in that. It's not up to Freemasons to tell you how to spend your money or invest your money. Um, I've thought in the past it might be a benefit to Freemasons to offer financial literacy classes to membership because I've known some Masons who've, got into trouble with financial challenges, not caring for their money well enough, but it's no business of Freemasons. Royal Order of Jesters, I can't talk. I don't know how many Royal Order of Jesters actually exists anymore. I've heard of them. I never met anybody part of that order, so I know very little about it. I'm sure it is still around. I believe you have to be a Shriner. So you have to be a Mason, then a Shriner, then you can join that order. Though it's something I know very little about. I don't think I've ever met anybody part of the Royal Order. Thank you, Christopher. I do have 41 likes. Drew, would it make a difference if I was? I am a Freemason and I'm handsome. That's what matters. Um, and I have nothing wrong with things resting on the Governor General. This is just me speaking for myself. But it seems logical to me to have somebody in charge of, not in charge of, but have a system in place where if the democratically elected government goes off the rails, you have somebody who is not politically motivated who can step in and try to kind of right the ship. 42. I am 42. By the way, anybody who is under the age of 18, please make sure you have your parents' permission before being on stream. We do not do that, Opium. Opium, please hit like and subscribe. If I were to find out that a Mason were to be committing a crime, I would inform the authorities. We in Freemasonry have been instructed since the days of the Anderson Constitution, by the way, that if you learn of a Mason committing some type of criminal offense, you should inform the authorities. Um, lest Freemasonry go into disrepute. It's based off the old guild, DRGX3. It's based off the old guild. So it does not have anything currently to do with stonemasonry. Stonemasonry is a profession. Freemasonry is a social club or social group. However, that's not to say that Freemasonry, again, it evolved from stonemasonry. And I think something that we've forgotten in Freemasonry sometimes is we should be more supportive of our, stone Masonic roots. Maybe do presentations on stonemasonry in lodges. Drew, yes, my hairline is criminal. Please hit like and subscribe. Jim Rat, I would not snitch because snitching would be lying. For example, if I told a brother, tell me about the crimes you've committed and I will inform the police. Sorry, if I told somebody, tell me about the crimes you committed and I'll not inform the police, that would be snitching. Freemasonry is honest and upfront right from the start. It will not protect you or hide you if you are committing crimes or criminal acts. That's not what Freemasonry is about, nor is what it should be about. Um, well, Freemasonry comes mythologically or traditionally from the building of King Solomon's Temple, or even before, from, you could push it back to the building of the pyramids. But literally, it comes from Scotland and 1634. I have no interest in power. You will not be punished except within your own maybe conscience, the way it's experienced. That's ultimately, at the end of the day, what Freemasonry is and how it works. It's reliant upon the individual and his conscience. Freemasonry, I mean, I'm not interested in power, except maybe the power to be a better person today than I was yesterday. I'm not interested in power in a religious or in a political sense or economic for that matter. Um, right? So I think, Heather, you do not understand what you're talking about when it comes to Freemasonry, which is okay. It's not your fault, but you need to keep in mind, um, maybe you don't know as much as you think you do. That you're interested in power? Well, if you're interested in power, you should not be joining Freemasonry because you will not get power through being a Freemason. Again, unless it is this desire to have power over oneself and the power to be better today than you were yesterday. Um, if you believe in Jesus, that's great. We have many Christian Freemasons. Hello, Starboy the Knight. It seems like it's been a little while since I've seen you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button if you're not done so already. The latter, DRGX3. Freemasonry is an organization slash community of people respecting their roots. Probably not respecting the roots as much as we should, but that's the theory behind it. It's not a religion, nor is it a sect, nor is it a cult. It belongs in a different space. It belongs in the civic or community space. But that's a good question as well. And please don't forget to take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button. Opium, you need to calm down or I'm going to put you in a bit of a timeout. So keep that in mind. What degree am I? Oh, that's the question. I am a 3rd degree Master Mason, which is the highest degree in Freemasonry. I'm also an 18th degree Scottish Rite Mason. Freemasonry is not based in the Jewish Kabbalah. There are parallels to many different texts and orders and blah, blah, blah. But ultimately, what Freemasonry is based on are stonemason guilds in the Middle Ages, the 15th and 16th centuries. Despite what you may think, Opium. Neanderthal man. I am a Neanderthal man. I know I got a big forehead, but that should not stop you from hitting the like and subscribe button. Big half. Well, I'm not a big fan of Trump myself, but that's my personal experience. I don't speak for Freemasonry. Please take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button nonetheless. I have no issue with the Canadian system, to be honest. I mean, who is in the Canadian system at any given point? There are some prime ministers I like more, some I like less, but that's a whole different discussion for a whole different day. The system itself, I tend to be a bigger fan of constitutional monarchies or constitutional democracies than other forms. Ultimately, though, what I am most is I believe in democracy. And so long as you have voting rights, I think that's the most important thing. Well, Christopher, I appreciate that very much. Am some I can't pronounce your name. 2805 Am some alive art. In my experience, no. The vast majority of celebrities are not Freemasons. The hidden in plain sight thing, that's some weird conspiracy about the Illuminati. That's a bunch of baloney. There are some celebrities who are Freemasons, very few that I know of, like Shaquille O'Neal is a Freemason, Brad Paisley. Those are a couple of celebrities I can think of off the top of my head. Most are not, though, and there's no one-eyed sign or anything like that. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Smelter, you can report me to whomever you want. Right? I don't need your sub that bad that you can like scare me into not timing you out. I do not know what black nobility refers to. Freemasonry does not discriminate. We have black members, white, Asian, all different races, ethnicities, languages, occupations, religions. We do not discriminate. I'm sure a Jesuit could be a Freemason. I don't see why not. That's a good idea, Freemasonry, Dad. That's a very good idea of Freemasonry. And again, that's your idea. Others may have different ideas, and that's okay too. We learn within Freemasonry to be respectful of everyone's ideas of Freemasonry, at least every member's idea. That's one of the reasons why it's not a religion, right? Religions, you don't get to have your own idea of it. It's an idea as described by your religious leadership. Shaq is a Freemason. Shaq was made a Freemason on site through Prince Hall, but to my knowledge, he's been pretty open and supportive of Freemasonry. He's had a ring a few times that he's shown off as well. Um, do I support can I don't know because it seems like I just pray is nothing happens, knock on wood, and that cooler heads prevail when it comes to Greenland. Because I don't want anybody taking over anything. I mean, I guess if it's done economically or whatever, that's one thing. I don't want to see any troops going anywhere and pointing guns at anyone. I think that would be very bad and very scary. It is not a cult. I cannot control the future. I have no Sith-like powers. I think you're referring to I think you're referring to Star Wars. I cannot see the future. I cannot control the future. No Freemason can. You're confusing us with, I think, fictional characters. Doctor whom, what, where? Why no Doctor whom, what, where, why? Why is there no why? Please hit the like and subscribe button. Yeah, I think I recognize your name, Christopher. I think I recognize you. It's great to have you back. As always, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope the information I've given thus far has been enjoyable. I'm going to be posting a lot of this stuff soon, so you'll be seeing me with a lot more info that I've posted very shortly. I don't think I'm a warlock. I could be. I don't know. Nettie, please hit like and subscribe. So the P2 Lodge is out of Italy. I know very little about it. There's a lot of conspiracy theories surrounding it. I think that it's related to the mafia, but I don't know enough about it to say. That's just things I've heard online. I've never been to a Masonic lodge in Italy, and honestly, I know very little about Freemasonry in Italy. The founder of modern Italy, Garibaldi, was himself a Freemason, which is an interesting kind of side note, but he's something I know like very little about. So what I would say is I'm hesitant to believe the rumors. Yeah, we got to worry about our borders too, apparently. Hopefully, again, everybody just calms down, or some people just calm down and cooler heads prevail, or some people can talk to some people about calming the F down. George Washington was a Freemason, and he was a very active Freemason. He was known for, in the midst of his in the midst of his presidential career, traveling and visiting different Masonic lodges as he would travel around the country, which was a cool little thing, cool little note about him, right? Like he was really good about traveling. When he would travel to a city or a state, he would stop by the Masonic lodge if he could and if there was something going on. Michael Jackson, to my knowledge, was not a Freemason. Um, we are going to give this first part of the stream another 15 minutes. Then we'll be ending, but then we'll be back on shortly. I'll let you know where I'm going to be going for the next bit of the content marathon shortly. George Washington was a Freemason. I don't think it was Skull and Bones. I don't even think Skull and Bones existed. But he was a Freemason. He was very active too. Joined a lodge in Virginia. Freemasons meet. Like, that's why Freemasonry started. It's Andrew. Freemasons, the reason Freemasonry, like, what do you do if you're getting together with your friends for a guy's night out? You may go to the bar, you may go to the game, right? It's just a formalized guy's night out. What we do during it is, we have our meetings where we have Masonic rituals that help bond us to one another through shared experiences. And then we talk about the ways to maintain the order itself. We have meetings, discuss, finances, who's sick, who's not sick, if a brother's in the hospital, if his family's in the hospital, if he needs support, if a charity or community needs support. It's a really formalized guys' night out and a civic institution. A lot of what you have to do, honestly, is if you're interested, you just kind of got to knock on a Masonic lodge and express your interest in joining, and you go from there. I have 41 at the moment. Let's get to 42. There's a million documentaries, Heather Stone. You got to be careful. Some are correct, some are full of baloney. Um, that's the problem with, stuff on the internet if you're not a Freemason. Like, you will get all the true information and all the false information at the same time, and you're not going to be able to separate which is which if you're not yourself a Freemason. Right? And that is something that people need to keep in mind and remember. Because, again, one of the biggest dangers we have right now is people who don't know what Freemasonry is or are not Freemasons seeing something online from, let's say, a clandestine member or a clandestine lodge, but believing it to be true. Well, like a lot of people, not exclusively just like you by any means. We actually got 43 likes now. Everybody, if you're just watching this, please hit like and subscribe. Doctor Who, What, Where. Not everywhere, but Freemasonry is definitely declining in membership numbers in North America. Hopefully, I can, this channel, the purpose is not to recruit. The purpose of the channel is to talk about why I love Freemasonry and to turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. So please consider giving me a super chat. Just 99 cents helps out big time. However, within that, if people finding this stream decide Freemasonry might be for them, then all the better. I greatly appreciate it. Albert Pike is one dude from Nebraska, well, from Boston, but who lived in Nebraska, who wrote one book, and every non-Mason has read that book and decided it reflects Freemasonry. It does not. It reflects one man's opinion on Freemasonry. Thank you, ABP. I hope that if you think my eyes are blue and you like them, you'll hit the like and subscribe button. I do not know who Melvin is, but I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button as well. Right? You need to keep in mind, I am not racist. At least I hope I'm not racist. Freemasonry is tolerant of people of all different races and religions and creeds, etc., etc. Albert Pike is a part of Freemasonry. He's a very small part that's been overblown by non-Masons reading his book. He was, to the extent that he's relevant, he's primarily relevant to the southern jurisdiction of Scottish Rite Freemasonry and somewhat to Canadian Scottish Rite Masonry. He has really very little to do with the first 3 degrees, certainly an emulation ritual, and almost nothing to do with York Rite to my knowledge. I could be mistaken on that. Nothing to do with the shrine, really. He ultimately, when he was writing his book, he was giving his opinions and his philosophies. It's no different than me. I don't speak for Freemasonry. I speak for my views on Freemasonry. And I try my best to explain that all the time. I have no idea what you're talking about, opium, but it sounds like a lot of nonsense to me. FJM, yes, I look like Shrek. Please hit the like and subscribe button. If I'm going to be stuck looking this ugly, the least you could do is hit like and subscribe. It's been a wonderful stream so far. Thank you, everybody who's been here. So this is part of a 24-hour content marathon. The purpose is to be producing content across a variety of platforms and a variety of streams and a variety of channels to diversify, basically, within the next 24 hours. So at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, so about 10 minutes, I'm going to be taking a brief break. Then I'm going to come back. The first place I'm going to come back, I'm going to do a brief stream on Twitch, where, on my Square and Compass channel on Twitch, that'll be relatively short, but I am going to do that. Then I'm going to post a whole bunch of stuff on Twitter, on X, on Blue Sky, and on the community page of this and on Facebook. And basically, it's going to be everything I've already talked about and everything I've already gone through, just reiterating that. It'll be written content primarily, and I may even do a bit of an X space. Then we're going to be coming back. I'm going to be producing content on my personal YouTube channel, youtube.com/Cameron Adamson. And then I'll be back on this channel, probably around midnight, 1 a.m. Eastern time or so. So basically, find me on X, find me on Blue Sky, find me on Twitch, and you're going to find that content, as well as my personal channel, youtube.com/Cameron Adamson. Um, right? And the purpose is to, Rodolph, you're being weird. You need to calm down quite a bit. Um, Getting a bit much. The purpose of this again was to diversify, was to try to be part of as many different, grow on as many different streams and locations as I possibly can. Well, you can set the like and subscribe button, and I'll be back on YouTube on my other channel, youtube.com/Cameron Adamson. But I talked earlier about growing Masonic relevance. A big part of growing Masonic relevance is is being a part of as many different channels and streams as I possibly can be. Um, well, Well, Boston George. All right. That's one thing to say. Cowan, by the way, for people who don't know, is basically a fake Freemason. It originated from the idea of being just a fake, like stonemason. They were called Cowans, and then it got adopted into Freemasonry. Um, Opium. Freemasonry does have a fingerprint in history, not all of history, but in history. Um, I am not a Satan worshiper. Opium, you don't know me, so maybe you don't get to tell me what I am or am not. Um, and you are the type of person, it strikes me, that is probably does not know what they are talking about. Um, well, Boston George, we got you as well talking nonsense. So there you go. All right. We are going to give this another, let's say, 9 minutes, and then we're going to be ending this stream. Like I said, I'm going to be back on Twitch. I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of written content, and also on some stuff on Instagram. You'll find me on all my different social media channels. I'm going to be using the hashtag 24-hour content marathon. I'm going to put that in the chat so you guys can find it. Let's see if I can. Hashtag 24-hour content marathon. 24-hour content marathon. So you'll find me there. We're not trying to rebuild any temple, nor are we trying to rule the world. Opium Cat, you're a very foolish person. We believe, we use Solomon's temple and King Solomon as a mythological, like a metaphor, a myth to help us better. Like he's like a historical example of, representing things like wisdom and strength. However, that does not mean that we want to rebuild his temple, literally. It's just in the same way, we use the symbolism of ancient Egypt to illuminate certain lessons. We're not trying to rebuild the pyramids, right? You need to learn the difference between using something metaphorically and literally. If I use Babe Ruth as an example of dedication and hard work and, sportsmanship, that doesn't mean I want to play baseball. That just means I'm using an example within baseball to demonstrate or illuminate larger lessons, right? Freemasonry is no different. We don't want to rebuild Solomon's temple, but we do consider King Solomon to be an important figure within Freemasonry. Graham, I have no idea what a Mockle Mise. I don't know what that is. There is a like and subscribe button, so you should probably hit that. Would be very kind of you. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it. I mean, Freemasons, there may very well have been Freemasons who were soldiers in the Israeli-Palestinian war, as well as Freemasons who were aid workers in Gaza. But that was a political situation. Freemasonry is not a political organization. My suspicion, no idea what that is, Graham. No idea to what you're referring. Freemasonry, opium, you seem like perhaps you are not leading the greatest of lives, and instead of focusing on yourself, you created a boogeyman in Freemasonry. As a consequence, you can then focus on that instead of how you can lead a better life yourself. At least that is usually my experience with people with conspiracy. So perhaps ask yourself if you're happy or if you're not happy. My suspicion is it's the latter. And then maybe instead of constantly focusing on Freemasonry or being on the stream, you find things that make you happy and give you a sense of fulfillment. I do not know what a rat race refers to. I mean, when I hear rat race, I think of just 9 to 5 job, being part of the rat race. There's nothing wrong with having a 9 to 5 job, by the way. I never understood why that was always like weirdly mocked, or you're part of the rat race. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Masonry is not a religion, nor is it satanic. So you are wrong on both counts, Heatherstone. I have no idea what you're referring to. ILF, Freemasonry is not invite only. In fact, Freemasonry prides itself on not inviting people or recruiting people. You have to join of your own interest, of your own quote unquote free will. Now, brethren may invite you to the lodge for like an open house or a banquet, because they want you to see the building and they want to, show off Freemasonry. But the desire to join, it has to come from you directly, and you have to express an interest in joining. It's not by invitation only. YouTube AI test, please hit the like and subscribe button. Keiki, I cannot because I have no legs. YouTube, yes, they did. Please hit like and subscribe. I'll take Beavis, guilty. Just hit the like and subscribe button. Freemasonry is neither satanic nor a religion, Heatherstone. I may not know everything, but I know I've been a Freemason for 20 years. I've been to meetings all around the world: Bogota, Colombia, Rio de Janeiro, the Philippines, England, Scotland, Texas, Florida, Nevada, Mexico, Illinois, Michigan, Missouri, California, a whole bunch of other places, Ontario, Manitoba, Nova Scotia. Never seen anything satanic. I do not have legs. I am missing my legs. I was born missing my legs. CEO Nathan, what's on the agenda? This stream is going to be finishing soon, but this is part of a 24-hour content marathon. I will be doing some more content using this hashtag. So hashtag 24-hour content marathon. You'll find content on X, on Blue Sky, on YouTube, on Facebook. I'm going to be also streaming on Twitch shortly for a little bit, and then I'll be back on this channel later on. I'm also going to be streaming on my personal channel, Cameron Adamson. So you'll find me there as well. Well, if no one ever gets that degree, maybe because that degree is not as important as you think, maybe what's important is the first 3 degrees of Freemasonry. That's the foundation on which everything else rests. You do always come back, Elliot. I am a Freemason, Nathan. I've been a Freemason for 20 years. Please hit that like and subscribe button and consider doing a super chat, excuse me. It'd be much, much appreciated. And any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. Well, I'd say that I'm actually ending the stream in exactly 1 minute, but I'll be back on later on. Again, going on a bunch of different sites, going to be producing a bunch of different content. I've been really enjoying the stream, though. It's been a lot of fun, and thank you everybody who's been here and been a part of it. So, if you're an atheist, it depends how quote unquote fervent it is. My suspicion is a lot of people might consider me an atheist. I believe in a supreme being. I believe the supreme being is the rational nature of the universe, as expressed through geometry. However, as I noted, everybody will have different views on what it is. What I'd say is, don't prejudge whether you can join or not because you're an atheist. Rather, go to the Masonic Lodge, meet with them, express your views, express what you do believe, and go from there. But don't prejudge the situation. All right, guys, thank you all so much. This has been this is the first 5 hours of the 24-hour live stream done. 24-hour, content marathon finished. We will be back very soon. There's a purpose. The purpose is you love Freemasonry. Wolf Hyperbarian. That's the purpose of being a Freemason, is because you love it, which is the same thing as anything else. It's the reason why I love it's the reason why I love listening to Simple Man. It's my favorite song. A single word was enough to make him stop. Maybe I am gay, maybe I'm not. Doesn't make a difference to Freemasonry. It is not like the Fight Club, nor is it like Satanism. What would happen if you got rid of the 33rd degree, Heather? Nothing. Freemasonry would continue to exist exactly as it does before, because Freemasonry is more than 1 degree. By the way, you're incorrect in terms of what you understand about the 33rd degree, but even if you were right, it wouldn't make a difference. It's 1 degree within an entire family of Freemasonry. We do, Nathan, but that's the Shriners. The Shriners are a part of Freemasonry. They are a body within Freemasonry. You need to be a Freemason first, then you can become a Shriner, and you get the funny hat. No Sultan. I might be a Jewish person. I might not be. It would not make any difference when it comes to Freemasonry. We don't discriminate based on whether one is Jewish or Muslim or Christian or anything else. It doesn't discriminate based on religion or ethnicity. So, there you go. I'm not a big fan of, I don't know what you mean by that term, Tafanissimo. The politics of individuals. Every Freemason has his or her own individual politics. Some are, conservative, liberal, left-wing, right-wing, whatever it might be, centrist. I don't know what that means. Freemasonry is not a political organization. And Freemasons do not prefer the Antichrist. We are not religious of any sort, including against that. I am a Mason because I love it, Nathan. And why I love it, it's about something about me. I love the universal tolerance, the respect. I love being in a privileged position to try to make the world a better place. However, you can get those same things from a lot of different organizations and groups, Nathan. At its core, it's just, I love it because I love it. It's like, why do I love my favorite song? Right? What's special about Simple Man? It's not the song itself that's special, because you may hear it and think, oh, it's just okay. For whatever reason, when I hear it, I absolutely love it. And that's not something I can explain other than to say, it speaks to me. Ultimately, when you join Freemasonry, it's a bit of a leap of faith. It's kind of like asking you to pick your favorite song before you hear it. Some people may love Freemasonry, some may decide it's not for them. But yeah, I love it because I love it. Thoughts on Catholicism? I have no thoughts on Catholicism. I know many Catholics, good people. I mean, I'm not going to be a reviler of anyone's religious faith. So if someone is Catholic and it brings them closer to their understanding of the Supreme Being, more power to them. Same way I have no issue with like the Knights of Columbus. Great group, great organization. Commitments? Really, Nathan, there aren't any real commitments with the exception of you have to pay your dues. Obviously, you should try to reflect well on the craft by being a good citizen, a good father, a good husband, a good whatever it is you are in your life. You should try to be, as good at it as you can be. Because remember, you're now also representing Masonry to a certain extent. Um, there's not really any time commitments. I mean, you can be like me and show up at lodge 5 nights a week, or you can. I've known many Masons who show up to lodge and show up to the meetings once a year, sometimes even once every 2 or 3 years. So, not just any monolithic believer, Doctor Who. I've known Masons who are indigenous and they believe in like a creator. I've also known Masons who are Wiccan, Wiccan. To my understanding, their belief in a supreme being is a little bit more, allows for multiple kind of beings. Um, well, the guy can say whatever he wants to. The guy in the I don't know who the guy in the documentary is, but he's full of baloney. I am a third degree Master Mason, and I'm also 18th degree Scottish Rite. All right, guys, this has been a lot of fun, but I do really have to at some point actually take a bit of a break. Again, follow the hashtag 24-hour content marathon. Nathan, I'm not going far. I'm doing a 24-hour content marathon. I'm just going to a variety of different sites and locations. I'm going to be posting stuff on Instagram, Facebook. It's being a lot of fun. So we're going to keep going, I promise. Um, um, but Heather, you are wrong. All right, guys, thank you all so much for being here. I hope to talk to you all soon and have an excellent, excellent, excellent rest of the night. Hit that like and subscribe button, super chat, membership, all that good jazz.